A small segment of the individual personalities concerned to the overriding class conflict, in Marx's analyses, in which individuals are engaged with almost their entire personalities. In operational terms, the cost aspect is here crucial. Members of a group that strives to upset the authority structure of a chess club stand to lose less in case of defeat than members of a trade union who endeavor to change the authority structure of the enterprise. The cost of defeat, and with it the intensity of conflict, differs in these cases. By contrast to its intensity, the violence of conflict relates rather to its manifestations than to its causes. It is a matter of the weapons that are chosen by conflict groups to express their hostilities. Again, a continuum can be constructed ranging from peaceful discussions to militant struggles such as strikes and civil wars. Whether or not class conflict expresses itself in militant clashes of interest is in principle independent of the intensity of involvement of the parties. The scale of degree of violence, including discussion and debate, contest and competition, struggle and war, displays its own patterns and regularities. Violent class struggles, or class wars, are but one point on this scale. While violence and intensity of conflict vary independently, several of the factors shortly to be discussed affect both. This fact can be illustrated with reference to one factor which has been mentioned already and which need not therefore be discussed again at any length. I have mentioned in the preceding chapter that the conditions of organization of interest groups continue to affect group conflict even after the complete formation of conflict groups. They are, in this sense, a factor which, among others, accounts for variations of intensity and violence. With respect to the intensity of class conflict, the political conditions of organization appear especially relevant. It may be suggested that, for the individuals concerned, involvement in conflicts decreases as the legitimacy of conflicts and, by implication, their issues become recognized. However, in the ensemble of factors affecting intensity of conflict, the specific weight of the conditions of organization is probably not very great. By contrast, it is considerable among the variables involved in determining the violence of conflict manifestations. As soon as conflict groups have been permitted and been able to organize themselves, the most uncontrollably violent form of conflict, that of guerrilla warfare, is excluded. Moreover, the very fact of organization presupposes some degree of recognition which in turn makes the most violent forms of conflict unnecessary and, therefore, unlikely. This is not to say, of course, that conflicts between organized groups cannot be highly intense and violent. The conditions of organization are but one, and not the most important, factor among many. Of these I have selected four which seem to me of particular importance and which will be dealt with separately in the following sections of this chapter. Pluralism versus superimposition, contexts, and types of conflict. One of the crucial elements of the theory of group conflict consists in the strict relation of conflicts to particular associations. Any given conflict can be explained only in terms of the association in which it arose and, conversely, any given association can be analyzed in terms of the conflicts to which it gives rise. In theory, this approach would suggest that inclusive societies present the picture of a multitude of competing conflicts and conflict groups. The two-class model applies not to total societies but only to specific associations within societies. If, in a given society, there are 50 associations, we should expect to find 100 classes, or conflict groups in the sense of the present study. Apart from these, there may be an undetermined number of conflict groups and conflicts arising from antagonisms other than those based on the authority structure of associations. In fact, of course, this extreme scattering of conflicts and conflict groups is rarely the case. Empirical evidence shows that different conflicts may be, and often are, superimposed in given historical societies, so that the multitude of possible conflict fronts is reduced to a few dominant conflicts. I suggest that this phenomenon has considerable bearing on the degree of intensity and violence of empirical conflicts. The pluralism superimposition scale which might thus be constructed has two distinct dimensions. One of these relates to the separation or combination of conflicts of the class type in different associations. Let us restrict ourselves, for purposes of illustration, to the three associations of the state, industry, and the church in countries in which one church dominates the sphere of religious institutions. It is conceivable that the ruling and the subjected groups of each of these associations are largely separate aggregations. The dignitaries of the church may be mere citizens of the state and may have no industrial property or authority. Similarly, the citizens of the state may be church dignitaries or industrial managers. This is the kind of situation here described as pluralistic. Within each of the three associations there are conflicts, but, as between these, there is dissociation rather than congruence. Evidently, complete dissociation and pluralism are, in the case mentioned, empirically rather unlikely. It is more probable that the workers of industry are at the same time mere members of the church and mere citizens of the state. One might expect that the dignitaries of the church are in some ways connected with the rulers of the state and possibly even with the owners or managers of industry. If this is the case, conflicts of different associations appear superimposed, i.e., the opponents of one association meet again with different titles, perhaps, but in identical relations in another association. In this case, the personnel of the conflict groups of different associations is the same. Such congruence may also occur with conflict groups of different types. Again, a realistic example may serve to illustrate the point. We might suppose that in a given country there are three dominant types of social conflict: conflict of the class type, conflict between town and country, and conflict between Protestants and Catholics. It is of course conceivable that these lines of conflict cut across each other in a random fashion, so that, example, there are as many Protestants among the ruling groups of the state as there are Catholics and as many townspeople in either denomination as there are country people. However, here, too, we might suspect that dissociation and pluralism are empirically rather unlikely to occur. One would not be surprised to find that most Protestants live in towns and most Catholics in the country, or that only one of the denominations commands the instruments of political control. If this is so, we are again faced with a phenomenon of superimposition in the sense of the same people meeting in different contexts but in identical relations of conflict. With respect to the violence of manifestations of conflict, the pluralism superimposition scale is not likely to be a factor of great significance. While there is a possible correlation between the degree of pluralism and the violence of conflicts in a given society, there is little reason to believe that dissociation of types and contexts of conflict makes industrial strikes, for example, impossible. Only in the inclusive association of the state would there seem to be a probability of pluralism reducing and superimposition increasing the violence of interest clashes. At the same time, this scale is of the utmost importance for variations in the intensity of class conflict. The proposition seems plausible that there is a close positive correlation between the degree of superimposition of conflicts and their intensity. When conflict groups encounter each other in several associations and in several clashes, the energies expended in all of them will be combined and one overriding conflict of interests will emerge. The situation with which Marx dealt is a case in point. If incumbents of subjected positions in industry are also subjected in all other associations, if they are, moreover, identical with conflict groups other than those determined by authority relations, a division of society into two large hostile classes may indeed result a situation, that is, in which one inclusive conflict dominates the picture of the total society. If, on the other hand, the inevitable pluralism of associations is accompanied by a pluralism of fronts of conflict, none of these is likely to develop the intensity of class conflicts of the Marxian type. There is in this case, for every member of the subjected class of one association, the promise of gratification in another association. Every particular conflict remains confined to the individual in one of his many roles and absorbs only that part of the individual's personality that went into this role. The empirical analysis of pluralism and superimposition of contexts and types of conflict is one of the important problems suggested by the theory of social classes and class conflicts. Pluralism versus superimposition, authority and the distribution of rewards and facilities. In connection with the concept of class situation, we have briefly considered the relation between class structure and social stratification at several points in the preceding chapters. It is not my intention to repeat here what has been said before. Rather, I propose to summarize and extend these earlier discussions with particular emphasis on the problems of intensity and violence of class conflicts. It is evident that in the context of a theory of group conflict of the type under discussion, class situation is an unnecessary concept. It means no more than what we have described as the authority position of aggregates in associations. The condition of a quasi-group in terms of the distribution of authority signifies the situation that underlies class conflict. However, the traditional concept of class situation includes a number of elements which, while irrelevant for the formation of social classes, affect their patterns of conflict in ways to be defined. Property, economic status, and social status are no determinants of class, but they do belong to the factors influencing the empirical course of clashes of interest between conflict groups. As with contexts and types of conflict, the problem of rewards and facilities can be seen in terms of a contrast between divergence and parallelism, or pluralism and superimposition. Thus, property can, but need not, be associated with the exercise of authority. It is conceivable that those who occupy positions of domination in industry do not own industrial property and, indeed, that those in positions of subjection do own such property. The separation of ownership and control, and certain systems of the distribution of shares to industrial workers, are cases in point. While neither of these structural arrangements eliminates the causes of conflict, they have an impact on its intensity and violence. Once again, a certain parallelism between authority and property ownership may seem more probable, but it is not necessary. The same holds for the economic status of persons in different authority positions. By economic status I shall here understand status in terms of strictly occupational rewards such as income, job security, and general social security as it accrues from occupational position. It is both possible and reasonably probable that those in positions of domination enjoy a somewhat higher economic status, and that these two attributes of social position are in this sense superimposed. But numerous illustrations could also be given for divergences between the two. In the early labor unions, and for many shop stewards and local union secretaries today, authority involves a comparative loss of income and security. In the Roman Catholic Church, authority is supposed, in theory if not in practice, to be accompanied by low economic status. In totalitarian countries, political authority usually conveys high incomes but also a high degree of insecurity which lowers the economic status of dominant groups. Such divergences of authority position and economic status make for a plurality of non-congruent scales of position in a society, which constitutes one of the critical facts of class analysis. Divergences of position are even more evident if we contrast authority positions with people's social status in the sense of the prestige attached to their position by themselves and by others in relevant universes of ranking. The prestige of power is a highly precarious quantity in all societies. Unless all existing studies are wrong in their findings, there would in fact seem to be, for persons in the upper ranges of the status scale, an inverse relation between the authority and the prestige. The judge, the doctor, and the university professor enjoy a markedly higher prestige than the cabinet minister or the large-scale entrepreneur. Probably, the theory of class conflict with its assumption of opposing role interests would account for this phenomenon. On the other hand, there are and have been associations in which the division of authority and the scale of prestige followed identical lines. In the industrial enterprise, this would still seem to be the case in most countries. Thus, we also find here an empirically variable relation that is likely to affect the course of class conflict. All examples chosen in the preceding paragraph serve to illustrate the phenomenon of relative deprivation, i.e., the situation in which those subjected to authority are at the same time relatively worse placed in terms of socio-economic status. However, in 19th-century Europe, and in some countries even today, we encounter what by contrast may be called an absolute deprivation of groups of people in socio-economic terms. If the social condition of industrial workers, who are as such excluded from authority, falls below a physiological subsistence minimum or poverty line, the effects of such deprivation are likely to be different in kind from those of relative deprivation. I would suggest that in this case, and in this case only, the superimposition of scales of status and the distribution of authority is likely to increase the violence of class conflict. This is a subtle and complex relation. So far as we know, oppression and deprivation may reach a point at which militant conflict motivation gives way to apathy and lethargy. Short of this point, however, there is reason to believe that absolute deprivation coupled with exclusion from authority makes for greater violence in conflict relations. Relative deprivation, on the other hand, tends to affect the intensity of conflict rather than its violence. If incumbents of positions of subjection enjoy the countervailing gratification of a relatively high socio-economic status, they are unlikely to invest as much energy in class conflicts arising out of the authority structure of associations as they would if they were deprived of both authority and socio-economic status. Dominant groups are correspondingly not so likely to be as involved in the defense of their authority unless their high socio-economic status is simultaneously involved. In terms of the intensity of conflict, pluralism would again seem to make for a decrease, and superimposition or congruence for an increase. The lower the correlation is between authority position and other aspects of socio-economic status, the less intense are class conflicts likely to be, and vice versa. Mobility versus immobility. The classless society. Since Marx, the idea of a classless society has remained an often used category in sociological literature. By Marxist scholars it is applied to a number of existing societies as an allegedly valid category of description. But among non-Marxist social scientists, too, the concept of classless society is occasionally used for describing empirical states of society. Thus Landshut has tried to demonstrate the classlessness of present-day Western industrial societies. In a rather more definite sense, a number of sociologists have employed the concept of a classless society to describe more limited phenomena, such as the agricultural cooperatives of Israel. J. Ben David, for example, speaks on this basis of a collectivist, classless stage of the social development of Israel. We have now assembled the materials for examining the sense and nonsense of the sociological category of a classless society. This examination will reveal an additional factor affecting the intensity and violence of class conflict. On the basis of the assumptions and models introduced in this study, the concept of classless society can mean either of two things. First, it may be intended to describe societies in which there are no structures of authority that give rise to the formation of conflict groups and group conflicts. A society is classless if it is powerless, i.e., if there is no authority exercised in it at all, or if such authority is distributed equally among all citizens. But in this sense the category of classless society is sociologically meaningless. It may be possible to conceive of a society in which all differences of income and prestige are leveled and which is therefore stratumless, but it is hardly possible to imagine a society in which there is no differentiation of roles in terms of legitimate power. Permanent anarchism is socially utopian. Any society, and, indeed, any social organization, requires some differentiation into positions of domination and positions of subjection. No matter what the formal nature of the authority mechanism, it is a functional imperative of social organizations. Since classes can be explained in terms of the differential distribution of authority, there is no sociological substance in the assumption of a classless society devoid of differentiated authority structures. However, the idea of a classless society may be understood in a second sense. It is possible to conceive of a society whose structure contains positions equipped with different authority rights but which does not enable any group of persons to occupy these positions regularly and exclusively. The same might hold in imperatively coordinated associations other than the state, example in industry. Associations may be governed by the principle of an alternating chairmanship, according to which the incumbency of positions of domination may or may not be patterned. The collective settlements of Israel seem to provide a case in point. At least originally it was stipulated that every member in turn was to occupy the positions of leadership for relatively short periods of time. In view of examples of this kind, it seems plausible to argue that where there is no group which is capable of monopolizing the positions of authority, it is virtually impossible for coherent conflict groups to emerge, and the society or association in question is therefore classless. To be sure, this is a kind of classlessness rather different from that of the utopian anarchy. Still, it cannot be denied that it makes sense to speak of classlessness in this case also. We might say that societies and associations governed by a permanently alternating chairmanship are classless so far as social mobility is concerned, for it is not the structure of positions but the fluctuation of personnel that in this case prevents the formation of classes and conflict between them. The example of classlessness by fluctuation provides a welcome opportunity to try to settle the intricate problem of the relationship of social mobility to class conflict. Here, as elsewhere, the concept of social mobility is too general to be useful. Different types of mobility have to be distinguished, and their relation to class conflict examined separately. For purposes of this analysis, it seems sufficient to distinguish between intergeneration mobility, i.e., fluctuations that from the individual's point of view occur at the beginning of his occupational career, and intrageneration mobility, i.e., fluctuations during the occupational life of the individual. Either of these, if present to any considerable extent, of course characterizes societies in which class membership is not an inescapable and inherited fate. We shall presently have to return to this other extreme of the mobility scale which, according to our theory, suggests a very high intensity of class conflict. Intergeneration mobility seems fully compatible with class formation and class conflict. If a man's position in the authority structure of an association remains the same throughout his membership in this association, it appears likely that he belongs to a quasi-group as well as to an interest group growing out of this, even if his son or his father belongs to a different class. Schumpeter's comparison of classes with a hotel or an autobus which are always occupied, but always by different people, is here pertinent. Where the personnel of classes changes between generations only, there is a sufficient degree of stability to permit the formation of conflicting interest groups. Janowitz's finding that intergeneration mobility has no detrimental consequences for the coherence of secondary groupings may be regarded as an empirical confirmation of this thesis. The case of societies in which there is a high degree of intrageneration mobility is rather more difficult. To begin with, further distinctions are here required. Not all types of intrageneration mobility affect class formation and class conflict. At least potentially, classes are large groupings which may display, from the point of view of social stratification, considerable differentiation within themselves. Mobility within classes, however, is entirely irrelevant for our context. Thus, upward and downward movements between skilled, semi-skilled, and unskilled industrial occupations do not affect the stability of the conflict group of industrial workers. Moreover, single upward or downward moves by individuals, even if they involve a change of class allegiance, do not appear destructive of classes. It is only the institutionalized principle of an alternating chairmanship that may give rise to a state of quasi-classlessness. If the individual can change his class belongingness at will, or is even forced to do so regularly, if, example, the worker can become an entrepreneur merely if he wants to, or if every member of the community has to be mayor at least once, then we encounter a type and a degree of intrageneration mobility that makes class formation and class conflict impossible. In this case, class belongingness becomes an accidental or merely temporary occurrence. Although there still is a quasi-group structure of authority roles, the continuous exchange of their incumbents makes impossible the organization of interest groups defending or attacking the legitimacy of authority structures. There is no class conflict, and there are no classes in the strict sense. As a mobile society, the classless society is thus a sociological category of realistic significance. However, One qualification to this conclusion is necessary. There is something to be said for an empirical generalization which Mosca calls the law of inertia. All political forces have the property which in physics is called inertia, i.e., a tendency to stay in a given state. Ben David has specified this law with respect to Israel. For him, classlessness in the indicated sense characterizes revolutionary periods of social development rather than lasting types of social order. Usually, these periods last but a few years. Then, that articulation of the power structure and functional differentiation sets in which Ben David demonstrates for the social structure of the professions in Israel. Although the rulers of totalitarian states like to operate with an ideology of perpetual national emergency, as demonstrated impressively by Bendix, for which the well-known theory of the permanent revolution is an example, it is plausible that the indicated state of quasi-classlessness is never more than a combination of transitory processes of radical change and of monopolization of power that makes possible the formation of classes and conflict between them. Classlessness by mobility is, in sociological analysis, a limiting case that always tends toward its own abolition and that may therefore be ignored. There is no reason to assume that a stable society can operate on the principle of the continuous patterned exchange of the personnel of authority positions. While social mobility, apart from its limiting case of permanent exchange between the classes within generations, cannot thus be said to present an obstacle to the formation of classes and the existence of class conflict, there can be little doubt that it affects the intensity of class conflict. From the point of view of mobility, two distinct types of classes may be distinguished. With respect to dominant conflict groups, Mosca calls one of these the aristocratic class bent on the maintenance of authority for the descendants of those who possess it at a given point of time, and distinguishes it from the democratic class characterized by the tendency to rejuvenate the ruling class by upward mobility of persons from the ruled class. G.D.H. Cole confines the term class to the first of these types and refers to the second as elite. In analogy to those terms of Max Weber's frequently used in connection with social mobility, I would recommend speaking here of closed and open classes. Where allocation to authority positions is based on ascriptive criteria, we find closed classes. By contrast, open classes are recruited anew in every generation. These types are nevertheless but 2 points on a scale of numerous gradations. From caste-like rigidity to quasi-classlessness there is a continuum of types of social classes determined by degrees of inter- and intra-generation social mobility. It seems plausible that this continuum also defines a scale of conflict intensity. There is an inverse relation between the degree of openness of classes and the intensity of class conflict. The more upward and downward mobility there is in a society, the less comprehensive and fundamental are class conflicts likely to be. As mobility increases, group solidarity is increasingly replaced by competition between individuals, and the energies invested by individuals in class conflict decrease. It is easy to see that the correlations between conflict intensity and empirical variables suggested in the preceding sections of this chapter all involve a psychological factor as well. The intensity of conflicts is a function of the involvement of individuals. Earlier I have suggested that this involvement is likely to be greater if the individual participates in specific conflicts with several of his roles than if he participates only with one. With respect to mobility, our proposition might be reformulated in psychological terms also. If the individual sees for his son, or even for himself, the chance of rising into the dominant or falling into the subjected class, he is not as likely to engage his whole personality in class conflicts as he is when class position is of a more permanent nature. While in general these psychological assumptions are probably safe to make, it has to be recognized that from the individual's point of view non-structural factors may also influence his involvement in group conflict. Without doubt there are psychological constellations that make one individual more quarrelsome than another. I would suggest that individual variations of this kind are of but minor significance for the overall intensity of class conflict. At the same time, their presence must not be overlooked in a comprehensive analysis. The regulation of class conflict. All the factors discussed so far have been related primarily to variations in the intensity of class conflict. Their effect on the violence of conflict manifestations seems but slight. The reverse is true with respect to the final, and in many ways most crucial, factor affecting the empirical patterns of class conflict, conflict regulation. Probably, effective conflict regulation is also of some consequence for the intensity of group conflict, but this important process is above all concerned with expressions or manifestations of conflict, and it therefore determines degrees of violence rather than intensity. In discussing the regulation of social conflict, I shall start with a number of seemingly terminological problems. As the patient reader will soon realize, however, every one of these is tied to substantial problems of patterns of conflict, so that the distinction between terminological and substantial discussions becomes largely spurious. There are a number of competing concepts for what we shall call conflict regulation, some of which have connotations not intended here. This is especially true with respect to the concept of conflict resolution. The idea that conflicts may be resolved could mean, and often is thought to imply, that it is possible to eliminate given conflicts altogether. As used by some, the notion of conflict resolution addresses itself to the causes rather than the expressions of social conflict. This notion is at the very least misleading, and I propose to reject it on theoretical grounds. There is one, and only one, sense in which one might say that a conflict has been resolved. The specific issues of a specific conflict, example the claim of a union for a certain wage increase on a certain date, may be settled in such a way as not to reappear again. But it should by now be abundantly evident that from the point of view here suggested, such specific settlements do not in the least affect the causes and determinants of even the specific conflict of the example. If, with changing issues, this conflict persists, it has not therefore been resolved. The concept of conflict resolution will be rejected as reflecting a sociologically mistaken ideology according to which complete elimination of conflict is possible and desirable. A second notion that has to be rejected as sociologically meaningless is that of the suppression of social conflict. It is perhaps evident without discussion that suppression cannot be thought of as an effective means of regulating social conflicts. However, I would go one step further and assert that effective suppression of conflict is in the long run impossible. This assertion contains the invariably awkward expression "in the long run." Even in our own century, history has shown that for totalitarian regimes it is possible to suppress opposition both in industry and in the state for what are, for the people concerned, very considerable periods of time. By using the phrase "in the long run," I do not want to be misunderstood as taking a cynical view of facts of this kind. It seems to me, however, that the very history of contemporary totalitarian states has demonstrated that the long run in this case extends to no more than a decade at the most. To the superficial observer this may seem a surprising statement. Unfortunately, I can here substantiate it only by one or two rather gross assertions. Where an attempt is made to suppress conflict altogether, either of two consequences is likely to occur within at most a decade. Either suppression amounts to complete non-recognition and exclusion of opposition, in which case revolutionary changes of the Hungarian type are virtually bound to occur, or suppression of opposition is coupled with a careful and continuous scrutiny of the embryonic manifest interests of the potential opposition, and changes are introduced from time to time which incorporate some of these interests. In the latter case, suppression is not complete, and violent conflicts may simmer under the surface for a long time before they erupt. The ineffectiveness of the former type of suppression needs no comment. We are here concerned not with resolution and suppression but with the regulation of social conflict. By this we mean such forms of conflict control as address themselves to the expressions of conflicts rather than their causes, and as imply the continued existence of antagonisms of interest and interest groups. Effective conflict regulation in this sense presupposes the presence of at least three factors, each of which in itself influences the violence of conflict manifestations. First, for effective conflict regulation to be possible, both parties to a conflict have to recognize the necessity and reality of the conflict situation and, in this sense, the fundamental justice of the cause of the opponent. In a way, this is a value premise. Recognizing the justice of one's opponent's cause does not mean, of course, that the substance of the opponent's interests has to be recognized as justified at the outset. Rather, recognition means, here, that both parties accept their conflict for what it is, namely, an inevitable outgrowth of the authority structure of associations. Wherever the attempt is made to dispute the case of the opponent by calling it unrealistic, or denying the opponent the right to make a case at all, effective regulation is not possible. This is also true, however, where conflicts are not recognized for what they are, and where too great an emphasis is put on what are often misleadingly called common interests. It seems to me that the London Economist was well advised when it reproached British unions for their moderation, which it declared in part responsible for the stagnation and low productivity of British capitalism. It compared their policies unfavorably with the more aggressive policies of American unions, whose constant pressure for higher wages has kept the American economy dynamic. Without doubt, there are common interests in any conflict situation. Without community, no conflict, and vice versa. However, the crucial factor for effectively regulating conflicts is recognition, and even emphasis, of systematic divergence and opposition. The attempt to obliterate lines of conflict by ready ideologies of harmony and unity in effect serves to increase rather than decrease the violence of conflict manifestations. A second prerequisite of effective conflict regulation is the organization of interest groups. So long as conflicting forces are diffuse, incoherent aggregates, regulation is virtually impossible. Here, Kozer's point is quite pertinent, namely, that despite the paradox of the situation, conflict groups are often actually intent on fostering each other's unity and organization. A unified party prefers a unified opponent. Guerrilla warfare is not susceptible of effective regulation. Dubin believes that it is feasible to make a general proposition to the effect that conflict between groups becomes institutionalized. Once again, however, the problem of the time span arises. Possibly, the inertia principle applies to this aspect of group conflicts also, so that in due course most conflict groups come to be organized. We have seen, however, that this organization depends above all on certain structural conditions which are not universally present. From the point of view of effective conflict regulation, these conditions of organization may be said to be one of its prerequisites, since the organization of conflict groups itself is one of its prerequisites. Thirdly, in order for effective regulation to be possible, the opposing parties in social conflicts have to agree on certain formal rules of the game that provide the framework of their relations. Again, Dubin seems to think that such agreement invariably comes about. Continuous conflict between groups leads to standardized modes of conflict. Continuous conflict between groups leads to routinized interactions. Here, too, however, Dubin's propositions seem overly optimistic. By rules of the game we shall understand such procedural norms as are binding for the contestants without prejudicing the outcome of the contest. Normally, they would include stipulations as to where and how to meet, how to proceed, how to reach decisions, what sanctions to apply in case of non-compliance, and when and how to change the rules themselves. Kerr has pointed out that such rules are generally advantageous for conflict regulation as well as for the interest groups involved. These rules normally protect the survival of both parties, reduce the potential injury to each, introduce some predictability into their actions, and protect third parties from undue harm. Examples for the establishment of such rules are numerous in industrial and political as well as international conflict. It is important to note, however, that rules of the game can serve their function only if and as long as they put both parties on an equal footing and do not imply any substantive stipulations disabling one or the other conflict group. Once these prerequisites of conflict regulation are present, varying forms of regulation itself can come into operation. While a comprehensive survey of such forms is neither possible nor necessary here, it seems useful to examine some of the more frequent types of conflict regulation in terms of their effect on the violence of class conflict. In this field, generalization is of course as difficult as it is unsatisfactory. the conditions of different associations differ greatly, and analogies between types of conflict regulation in, say, industry and the state, are bound to do injustice to the specific requirements of either of these associations. Moreover, there are significant differences even between societies of similar forms of government. No generalization is feasible. Example about the place of the legal institutions of the United States, France, and Germany, in the regulation of political and industrial conflicts. For these and similar reasons, I shall confine myself in the following discussion of forms of conflict regulation to a few highly abstract remarks which require both extension and modification with respect to specific associations and societies. The first and foremost form of conflict regulation appears to consist in the operation of certain institutions which provide the framework for discussions of and decisions about conflicting issues. In general, these institutions may be described as parliamentary or quasi-parliamentary bodies in which conflicting interest groups or their representatives meet in order to carry on their conflict in a relatively peaceful and patterned manner. For such institutions to be effective, they have to comply with at least 4 standards. They must be autonomous bodies invested with the right to reach decisions without having recourse to outside agencies of any kind. Their place in a given association has to be monopolistic in the sense that they are the only institution of its kind. Their role must be obligatory both in that conflicting interest groups have to refer to these institutions in case of acute conflicts, and in that decisions reached in them are binding for both interest groups and their members, and they have to be democratic, i.e., both parties have to be heard and be given a chance to state their claims before decisions are reached. Further procedural arrangements as to the modes of discussion and decision are part of the rules of the game. It seems evident that the very creation of parliamentary or quasi-parliamentary bodies of this kind involves a considerable reduction in the violence of group conflicts. Those who have agreed to carry on their disagreements by means of discussion do not usually engage in physical violence. Moreover, the violence of conflicts would seem to decrease as the effectiveness of parliamentary institutions increases. At the same time, the presence of such institutions does not generally guarantee that violent conflicts will be avoided altogether. In many cases, in order for the violence of group conflict to be effectively reduced, autonomous conciliation has to be supplemented by other forms of conflict regulation. These other forms differ from conciliation in that all of them involve the intervention of third parties, i.e., outside agencies. The mildest form of outside interference with group conflicts would seem to consist in what in industry is usually called mediation. Here, both parties agree to consult an outsider who is asked to give advice but whose advice will have no binding force for the parties. At first sight, this type of regulation may seem to promise little effect, yet experience in many spheres of social life has shown that mediation in fact often is the most successful type of conflict regulation. Kerr's excellent analysis of mediation suggests that this kind of third-party interference generally has at least 5 favorable consequences for conflict regulation: reduction of irrationality, removal of non-rationality, exploration of solutions, assistance in graceful retreat, and raising the cost of conflict. Examples of this form of conflict regulation are frequent in industrial and international conflicts, but rather rare in political conflict, although in some cases either certain legal institutions or the incumbents of highly representative positions may serve as mediators between political parties. The place of legal institutions in conflict regulation is more accurately described, however, by what in industry is usually called arbitration. There are 2 types of arbitration, differing in the kind of commitment to an arbitrator to which conflicting parties have agreed. The rules of the game may stipulate either that conflicting parties are obliged to call in an arbitrator in case of breakdown of conciliation and mediation but are free to accept or reject the arbitrator's decision, or that they are free to call in an arbitrator but must accept his decision once they have done so. In either case, arbitration is likely to be an effective means of reducing the violence of class conflict, although arbitration in general can, as Lockwood has pointed out, become a problematical form of conflict regulation. There is, according to Lockwood, a political and a judicial conception of arbitration. The first suggests that it is the task of arbitration to find a workable compromise between conflicting issues accepted as such. In terms of conflict theory, this approach promises success. The second conception, however, views conflicts from a legalistic point of view. 1.e ascribes to the arbitrator the task of judging the merits of conflicting issues in terms of fixed standards of right and wrong. Where this is the case, the rules of the game are likely to prejudice the case of one or the other party, for if one side or claim is declared right in an ultimate legal and moral sense, conflict itself is not recognized and the other party is likely to feel so frustrated as to resort to violence. From industry, this dichotomy may be transposed to the political and legal systems. Thus, a comparative analysis of the legal systems of Anglo-Saxon and continental European countries would probably show that whereas in the former a political conception of legal arbitration prevails, the latter display the judicial conception to an extent which is dangerous from the point of view of effective conflict regulation. The three forms of conflict regulation thus indicated, i.e., conciliation, mediation, and arbitration, may operate as successive stages of conflict regulation or be applied individually in given situations. If they are understood as a succession of stages, their logical conclusion would appear to be that type of arbitration in which both the invitation of an arbitrator and the acceptance of his decision are compulsory for the parties involved. However, compulsory settlement of disputes is not, in the sense of conflict theory, an effective mode of conflict regulation. Even if agreed upon by conflicting parties as a rule of interaction, it seriously restricts their chances of defending their respective cases. There is, in compulsory settlement, at least a danger of one or the other party being dominated by an outside agency, example government. In other words, compulsory settlement may lead to the suppression of conflict, with all the consequences indicated earlier. There is an immense variety of empirical modes of conflict regulation, but I suggest that most of these concrete forms represent some modification or combination of the general types outlined in this section. Conciliation, mediation, and arbitration, and their normative and structural prerequisites, are the outstanding mechanisms for reducing the violence of class conflict. Where these routines of relationship are established, group conflict loses its sting and becomes an institutionalized pattern of social life. For revolutionary upheavals to be transformed into evolutionary changes, there is, contrary to Marx's belief, no need for a classless society. By effective regulation, class conflict may become the element of regularity in a continuously changing world. Even if the intensity of conflict remains undiminished, its manifestations may be channeled in such a way as to protect the individual from the physical threat of a bellum omnium contra omnes. In this sense, conflict regulation seems a more satisfactory solution, both theoretical and political, of the Hobbesian problem of order than the solution offered by Talcott Parsons. Group conflict and structure change. Throughout the abstract considerations of the preceding chapters, we have assumed that group conflicts of the class type result in structure changes. We have moreover rejected attempts to distinguish between allegedly different kinds of change, such as changes within and changes of the structure of associations. Having now assembled the elements of a theory of class conflict, it is our task, in conclusion, to specify how structure changes are brought about by class conflict and under which specific conditions particular modes of structure change must be expected. Again, this involves supplementation of a model by terminological distinctions and empirical generalizations. Like the stability of social structure, changes in class structure must be investigated on the two levels of analysis which we have called the normative or ideological and the factual, or institutional, levels. Interests may become values, but, also, realities. If, for example, one of the manifest interests of a conflict group consists in equality in the sense of martial citizenship rights, there are two levels on which this interest may become realized. First, it may become a more or less general value orientation of the citizens of a society. Tocqueville's manly and lawful passion for equality may spread so that incites men to wish all to be powerful and honored. Secondly, equality may be incorporated in institutional arrangements, as by the socialization of medicine, the abolition of school and university fees, etc. Both processes are processes of change, and it would be a uselessly speculative undertaking to try and establish a primacy of either the normative or the institutional level. While, therefore, neither of these levels must be neglected in any analysis of structure change, it nevertheless seems necessary to use an operational approach that specifies modes of structure change in terms of but one of these levels. In the present context, all structure changes will be understood as changes involving the personnel of positions of domination in imperatively coordinated associations. The immediate effect of class conflicts is brought to bear on the incumbents of positions of domination, and changes are introduced by way of these positions. This operational specification seems tenable in view of the role and definition of authority in the theory here proposed. Insofar as the distribution of authority in associations can be described as the formal object of class conflict, changes resulting from class conflict are in their formal aspect always changes in these authority structures or in their personnel. Moreover, authority is, from the point of view of sociological analysis, an instrumental value. In class theory, the possession of authority does not figure as a value sought for its own sake but as an opportunity to realize specific interests. This conception of authority is in keeping with our distinction of power and authority by the central category of legitimacy. It follows from it that, an exchange of the personnel of positions of domination has to be viewed not only as a process of rejuvenation of a basically constant ruling class or elite, but above all as the instrumental aspect of a process which substantively represents structure change. In this sense, exchanges of personnel are not in themselves structure changes, but merely a condition for new interests becoming values or realities. Problems of changing patterns of recruitment to an upper stratum are meaningful only in the context of integration theory. For coercion theory, changes of the personnel of authority roles are merely the formal or instrumental aspect of changes of social structure on both the normative and the institutional levels. The operational approach suggested permits the distinction of at least three modes of structure change, each of which requires some comment. A first mode of change, in this sense, consists in the total exchange of the personnel of positions of domination in an association. This is clearly the most sudden type of structure change. For purposes of illustration we might use the association of the state, and assume a specific state to be divided in such a way that there are three political parties, two of which are in opposition and one in power. A total exchange of the personnel of positions of domination would involve, then, the replacement of all cabinet ministers, higher civil servants, and other incumbents of political office by members of the opposition parties. In modern states, such sudden changes are a comparatively rare occurrence. The last outstanding example was probably provided by the Bolshevik Revolution in Russia. Generally speaking, total exchange of ruling personnel might also be described as revolutionary change. It is at this point that the sociology of revolution ties in with the theory of group conflict. Far more frequently we encounter in history, and especially in modern history, a second mode of structure change, namely, the partial exchange of the personnel of positions of domination. Such partial exchange signifies evolutionary rather than revolutionary change. In terms of our illustration, it would be present if the majority party chose to form a coalition with, say, the smaller one of the two opposition parties. In this case, some representatives of the hitherto subjected class penetrate the ruling class and influence the policies adopted and decisions made. Coalitions are of course not the only example of partial exchange. If elections in democratic countries reverse the majority relations, they usually result in but partial exchanges of government personnel, so that, cabinet ministers are exchanged, but some of the judges, diplomats, and higher civil servants of the previous majority party remain in office. But probably more important than either of these is a third mode of structure change by class conflict which does not involve any exchange of personnel. It is possible for structure changes in directions intended by subjected groups to be inaugurated without any members of these subjected groups penetrating into dominant positions. This seemingly accidental consequence of the process of social conflict occurs in democratic and totalitarian countries alike. In terms of our example, it would mean that majority and opposition remain stable and distinct over long periods of time, but the majority party incorporates proposals and interests of the opposition in its legislation and policies. Strange as it may initially appear that structure change should ever occur without an exchange of ruling personnel, there are nevertheless numerous illustrations in the history of states, enterprises, churches, and other associations. To be sure, this third mode of structure change marks the slowest type of evolution and requires particular skill on the part of the rulers to avoid such suppression of opposing interests as thereby to provoke revolts. It can nevertheless enable a dominant class to maintain the legitimacy of its authority over long periods of time. Possibly, these three modes of structure change indicate the endpoints and center of a scale that measures the suddenness of change. Partial exchange of personnel is evidently a broad category that covers the whole field between total exchange and complete stability. However, while it may be said that structure change is more sudden in the extent to which more personnel is exchanged, this does not necessarily mean that it is also more radical. Suddenness and radicalness of structure change are two dimensions of this phenomenon which can vary independently, much as the intensity and violence of class conflicts can vary independently. There are examples of relatively sudden changes that are accompanied by but slight modifications of values and institutions, and there are examples of extremely radical, although comparatively slow, evolutions. Majority shifts in democratic states illustrate the former case, while the latter is illustrated by such deep changes in class structure as we have analyzed earlier in this study. The relation between the radicalness-suddenness dimension of structure change and the intensity-violence dimension of class conflict is more than merely logical. It may be argued that the suddenness of change varies directly with the violence of conflict. The more violent class conflicts are, the more sudden are the changes wrought by it likely to be. In this sense, effective conflict regulation serves to reduce the suddenness of change. Well-regulated conflict is likely to lead to very gradual change, often near the third mode distinguished above. Conflict regulation may, in fact, constitute a machinery for forcing on dominant groups recognition of the interests of subjected groups, which interests are then incorporated in policy. The example of a wage claim settled by conciliation is a case in point. Uncontrolled conflict, on the other hand, always threatens the incumbents of positions of domination in their very possession of authority. It aims at a total exchange of leading personnel, and, in this sense, at sudden change. At least in theory, there is also a scale of the radicalness of structure change. However, an operational formulation of such a scale offers particular difficulties. In general, the radicalness of structure changes is evidently a function of what in particular historical situations represents the status quo. In 18th century Europe, the peaceful utilization of nuclear energy would certainly have made for extremely radical changes, both technical and social. In 20th century Europe, the same process, although still involving some change, has no really radical consequences but simply ties in with continuing trends of rationalization, automation, etc. Similarly and more immediately to the point here, changes resulting from conflicts within the association of the Catholic Church are, in most countries of today, far less radical than they were at earlier times. Thus, the radicalness of structure change is not merely a consequence of the intensity of class conflict. Within certain limits, however, this relation does obtain. The more strongly people are involved in given conflicts, the more far-reaching are their demands likely to be, and the more radical will be the changes resulting from this conflict, irrespective of the suddenness of such changes. Radicalness and suddenness of change, like intensity and violence of conflict, may coincide, but more often they diverge, and in any case their divergence presents more interesting problems of social analysis than their coincidence. Apart from historical conditions, the covariance of the intensity of conflict and radicalness of change as well as of the violence of conflict and suddenness of change is further restricted by the structural requisites of associations. This will become immediately apparent if we contrast industrial and political conflict. In political associations, exchange of leading personnel is a realistic possibility, so that the whole scale of suddenness of change can be applied here. In industrial associations, exchange of leading personnel is, except within certain very narrow limits, not possible. There are no elections as a result of which the members of management become workers, and representatives of labor become managers. Structure changes in industry will therefore almost invariably take the form of changes of policy unaccompanied by exchanges of personnel. To some extent, similar conditions obtain in most church organizations. Before investigating processes of structure change by class conflict in specific associations, we must therefore ascertain the range of possible modes of change in these associations. In general, however, and without losing sight of additional intervening variables, we can propose that different modes of structure change covary with different modes of class conflict. The more intense class conflict is, the more radical are the changes likely to be which it brings about. The more violent class conflict is, the more sudden are structure changes resulting from it likely to be. Structure change is the final element of the theory of group conflict under discussion. Like all other elements of this theory, it represents but a segment of more inclusive phenomena of conflict and change. Possibly, the typology of change introduced in the preceding pages is applicable also to the consequences of kinds of conflict other than that between classes. As everywhere in this study, however, I have confined myself here to exploring the causes, forms, and consequences of conflicts generated by the authority structures of imperatively coordinated associations. The theory of social classes and class conflict. It may appear premature, if not overambitious, to have used the word theory in connection with the approach outlined in the last two chapters. I have suggested a number of premises, concepts, models, and empirical generalizations which appear to have a bearing on problems of social conflict and social change, but these suggestions do not display a degree of formalization and rigidity that would warrant calling them a theory. I may say that this shortcoming was partly deliberate, partly unavoidable. It was deliberate in that attempts at formalization in sociology have, in my opinion, remained to the present day more pretentious than useful, and that I understandably wanted to avoid seeing the approach suggested in this study exposed to the same criticism. At the same time, I would admit that formalization in sociology is desirable. From this point of view, I regret not to have been able to give a more rigid formulation to the approach discussed in the last two chapters. If in conclusion of this abstract analysis I shall try now to summarize the main points of my approach to group conflict, the seemingly systematic character of this summary should not be mistaken as a statement that complies with the methodological standards of scientific theories. Rather, I hope that this summary may enable other students in the field to advance beyond the limits of my own capabilities of formalization. 1. The approach of this study has to be understood in terms of two premises, one formal, one substantive, which, although they are of a meta-theoretical or methodological nature, provide the necessary frame of reference of its elements. 1.1. The heuristic purpose of the approach proposed in the present study is the explanation of structure changes in terms of group conflict. This purpose is therefore neither purely descriptive nor related to problems of integration and coherence in or of society. 1.2. In order to do justice to this heuristic purpose, it is necessary to visualize society in terms of the coercion theory of social structure, i.e., change and conflict have to be assumed as ubiquitous. All elements of social structure have to be related to instability and change, and unity and coherence have to be understood as resulting from coercion and constraint. 2. Within this frame of reference, the theory of social classes and class conflict involves a number of concepts to be defined. 2.1. Authority is the probability that a command with a given specific content will be obeyed by a given group of persons. 2.1.1. By domination shall be understood the possession of authority, i.e., The right to issue authoritative commands. 2.1.2. By subjection shall be understood the exclusion from authority, i.e., the duty to obey authoritative commands. 2.2. An association shall be called imperatively coordinated association insofar as its members are, by virtue of a prevailing order, subject to authority relations. 2.3. Orientations of behavior which are inherent in social positions without necessarily being conscious to their incumbents, and which oppose two aggregates of positions in any imperatively coordinated association, shall be called latent interests. 2.4. Quasi-group shall mean any collectivity of individuals. Char. 238 conflict groups, group conflicts, and social changing positions with identical latent interests without having organized themselves as such. 2.5. Manifest interests shall mean orientations of behavior which are articulate and conscious to individuals, and which oppose collectivities of individuals in any imperatively coordinated association. 2.6. Interest group shall mean any organized collectivity of individuals sharing manifest interests. 2.7. By social class shall be understood such organized or unorganized collectivities of individuals as share manifest or latent interests arising from and related to the authority structure of imperatively coordinated associations. It follows from the definitions of latent and manifest interests that social classes are always conflict groups. 2.8. Any antagonistic relationship between organized collectivities of individuals that can be explained in terms of patterns of social structure shall be called zero conflict. 2.9. Class conflict shall mean any group conflict that arises from and is related to the authority structure of imperatively coordinated associations. 2.10. Any deviation of the values or institutions of a unit of social analysis at a given point of time from those of a preceding point of time shall be called structure change, insofar as it involves the incumbents of positions of domination. 2.10.1. By radicalness of structure change shall be understood the significance of consequences and ramifications of structure change. 2.10.2. By suddenness of structure change shall be understood the extent to which incumbents of positions of domination are replaced. 3. The formation of conflict groups of the class type follows a pattern that can be described in terms of a model involving the following partly analytical, partly hypothetical steps. 3.1. In any imperatively coordinated association, two, and only two, aggregates of positions may be distinguished, i.e., positions of domination and positions of subjection. 3.2. Each of these aggregates is characterized by common latent interests. The collectivities of individuals corresponding to them constitute quasi-groups. 3.3. Latent interests are articulated into manifest interests, and conflict groups, group conflicts, and social change. 239. The quasi-groups become the recruiting fields of organized interest groups of the class type. 3-3-1. Articulation of manifest interests and organization of interest groups can be prevented by the intervention of empirically variable conditions of organization. 3.3.2. Among the conditions of organization, technical conditions, political conditions, and social conditions can be distinguished. To these, certain non-structural psychological conditions may be added. 4. The course of group conflict of the class type also follows a pattern that can be described in terms of a model involving both analytical and hypothetical elements. 4.1. Once the formation of conflict groups of the class type is complete, they stand, within given associations, in a relation of group conflict. 4.1.1. The intensity of class conflict varies on a scale according to the operation of certain factors. 4.1.1.1. The intensity of class conflict decreases to the extent that the conditions of class organization are present. 4.1.1.2. The intensity of class conflict decreases to the extent that class conflicts in different associations are dissociated. 4.1.1.3. The intensity of class conflict decreases to the extent that different group conflicts in the same society are dissociated. 4.1.1.4 The intensity of class conflict decreases to the extent that the distribution of authority and the distribution of rewards and facilities in an association are dissociated. 4.1.1.5 The intensity of class conflict decreases to the extent that classes are open. 4.1.2 The violence of class conflict varies on a scale according to the operation of certain factors. 4.1.2.1 The violence of class conflict decreases to the extent that the conditions of class organization are present. 4.1.2.2 The violence of class conflict decreases if absolute deprivation of rewards and facilities on the part of a subjected class gives way to relative deprivation. 4.1.2.3 The violence of class conflict decreases to the extent that class conflict is effectively regulated. 240 Conflict groups, group conflicts, and social change. 4.2 Group conflict of the class type affects structure changes in the associations in which it occurs. 4.2.1 The radicalness of structure change covaries with the intensity of class conflict. 4.2.2 The suddenness of structure change covaries with the violence of class conflict. I must leave it to the reader to judge whether the preceding list of abstract statements provides a satisfactory summary of the approach suggested in the last two chapters of this study. Obviously, both the summary and its more elaborate basis are, as they stand, tentative and in need of many a refinement. I would nevertheless claim that even in this preliminary and tentative form the approach to group conflict proposed here provides a useful tool of analysis. It directs our attention to a specific set of problems and furnishes these with a coherent explanation. It is, in this sense, a searchlight that illuminates one sector of reality. In the following chapters I shall try to substantiate this claim by applying the theory of social class and class conflict to some of the significant problems of post-capitalist society. Vil. Classes in post-capitalist society. I. Industrial conflict. Capitalist society in the light of the theory of group conflict. Formulation and application of a theory are two different matters, each of which obeys its own laws and patterns. While the theory itself can be set out in a highly schematic and logical fashion, the analysis of facts would lose much of its color and interest if forced into the straitjacket of theoretical exposition. Although I shall indicate when the following analysis of conflict in advanced industrial society is guided by the theory of social class and class conflict, I shall not attempt to rearrange facts so as to fit the order of postulates, models, and hypotheses resulting from the considerations of the last two chapters. The order of reality rather than of theory will guide our analysis in the final chapters of this study, except in this section of this chapter, which serves a special purpose in the context of the following analysis. It is proper to demand that if we dismiss an old theory as we did Marx's and replace it with a new one, the new theory should be capable of explaining both the facts accounted for and the facts left unexplained by the old theory. Thus, one of the tests of the usefulness of our theory of group conflict lies in its applicability to the conditions with which Marx dealt. There is, of course, no intrinsic reason why it should be possible to deal more schematically with this historical material than with post-capitalist society. However, in the present context I propose to simplify the task of reconsidering class conflict under capitalism. I shall refrain from questioning the facts described by Marx, and, instead, concentrate on how these facts appear in the light of the theory of group conflict. This would appear to be a doubtful procedure. All too often the societies that appear in the work of sociologists are merely historical constructions borrowed from earlier works or even invented in order to provide an impressive contrast for contemporary data. Were it not for the thorough documentation of Marx's work, and for the deliberate sketchiness of this initial section, I should do everything to avoid the suspicion of having an uncritical attitude toward history. As it is, one must ask the reader's indulgence if the next few pages leave much to be desired in terms of historical accuracy and detail. The starting point of Marx's analyses consists in what he himself variously calls the sphere of production, the relations of production, or property relations. Clearly, all these expressions refer to the industrial enterprise and the social relations obtaining within it. For Marx, the enterprise is the nucleus of class war. In terms of our approach, the relevant feature here is that the industrial enterprise is an imperatively coordinated association. Marx, of course, emphasized the property aspect. This seems reasonable, in retrospect, since at his time it was legal possession of the means of production that provided both the foundation of capitalist power and the main issue of industrial conflict, but this is nevertheless too specific an approach to the problem. Industrial enterprise, being an imperatively coordinated association, has in it two quasi-groups which we may designate, following Marx, as those of capital or the capitalists and of wage labor or the wage laborers. Both capital and labor were united by certain latent interests which, being contradictory, placed them on the opposite sides of a conflict relation. While the most formal objective of the opposing interests was, in capitalist society, either the maintenance or the change of the status quo of authority, the precise substance of the conflict might, in relation to the specific conditions of this period, be described as a clash between capital's profit orientation and labor's orientation toward an improvement of their material status. The intensity of conflict in capitalist society was increased by the superimposition of authority and other factors of social status, especially income. Domination meant, for the capitalists, a high income, while subjection involved for labor extreme material hardship. There was a clear correlation between the distribution of authority and social stratification. Despite this initial position, large obstacles were in the way of organization for both quasi-groups in the early stages of industrialization. We find here that constellation of factors described above which makes the organization of interest groups virtually impossible. Lack of leaders and ideologies, heterogeneous modes of recruitment to authority positions, and, in the case of labor, the absence of freedom of coalition. All these hold industrial conflict for some considerable time in a stage of latency, in which there are only occasional attempts at organization. As industrial associations stabilize, the conditions of organization gradually emerge, and both capital and labor form organizations in defense of what are now articulate manifest interests. Industrial class conflict enters a manifest phase of which strikes and lockouts are the most telling symptoms. The situation described so far is that of the sphere of industry. It is characteristic of conflict in capitalist societies, however, that not only authority and social status, but also industrial and political conflict are superimposed one on the other. The dominating groups of industry were at the same time the dominating groups of the state, either in person, through members of their families, or by other agents. Conversely, the subjected groups of industry were as such excluded from political authority. Industry is the dominating order of society, its structures of authority and patterns of conflict therefore extend to the whole society. Consequently, the quasi-groups of industry also extend to the political sphere. The industrial quasi-group of capital becomes, as bourgeoisie, the dominant group of the state, whereas wage labor is, as proletariat, subjected in the political sphere as well. Since, under the particular conditions of capitalist society, conflict fronts that characterized industry and society were identical, the conflict was intensified to an extraordinary degree. In the political field, too, organization of conflict groups proved difficult in the beginning. Insofar as industrial and political quasi-groups were identical, the same factors were at work in the state that tended to prevent industrial organization. Moreover, political restrictions, such as electoral systems, made it difficult for the proletariat to form effective interest groups. Thus, class conflict was smoldering below the surface of society for some time, until all restrictions fell and the two classes met openly in the political arena. By virtue of the superimposition of various lines of differentiation, this conflict was, as we have seen, extremely intense. Its intensity was further increased by the fact that both classes were relatively closed units. Mobility within and between generations remained an except. Bourgeoisie and proletariat were strictly separate and largely self-recruiting groups. But in this period it was not merely the intensity of the conflict but the violence as well that was extraordinarily great. In industry and the state, there were virtually no accepted modes of conflict regulation. In the absence of a democratic process that put both parties to a conflict on an equal footing, the subjected class increasingly became a suppressed class which faced as a solid but powerless bloc the absolute rule of the incumbents of roles of domination. Because of this hardening of the class fronts, there were widespread demands for a complete and revolutionary change of existing structures. For structure changes could not slowly grow out of class conflict in this stage. Immobility and lack of regulation made the penetration of the ruling class by members of the subjected class impossible. At the same time, there were neither institutional channels nor ideological provisions for the ruling class to accept and realize any of the interests of the proletariat. Thus, it seemed justified to predict that class conflict in capitalist society tended toward both sudden and radical changes, i.e., a revolution promoted by the proletariat which replaces in one stroke the dominant groups of industry and society. Marx carried his analysis of capitalist society approximately to this point. Although he went considerably further in detail, his whole work converges on the prediction of the proletarian revolution. We have seen earlier how at this point Marx became a prisoner of preconceived philosophical and, perhaps, political convictions. Thus he did not, or would not, notice that factual developments followed the course of his predictions only up to a point. The ossification of conflict fronts and the intensification of conflict began to be checked both by the very fact of organization of interest groups on the part of the proletariat and by the structure changes to which this organization led. Within industry in particular, signs of the development of modes of regulation became apparent. Trade unions managed to make some of their claims effectively heard and accepted. Marx showed himself a consistent philosopher but a poor sociologist when he tried to ridicule such partial results and the operation of trade unions in general. His attempt to advocate, despite such tendencies, an intensification of the class war, and his insistence on the revolutionary goal of the proletariat, document his prophetic and political rather than his scientific self. At this point, we have to reject not only the substance, but the very intention of his work. Before we try to follow the indicated lines of class conflict somewhat beyond the point of Marx's analysis, one clarifying remark seems in place. It should now be abundantly clear that the traditional, Marxian concept of class is but a special case of the concept advanced in the present study. For Marx, classes are conflict groups under conditions of absence of mobility, superimposition of authority, property, and general social status, superimposition of industrial and political conflict, and absence of effective conflict regulation. Thus, classes are conflict groups involved in extremely intense and violent conflicts directed toward equally extremely sudden and radical changes. This is the traditional or historical concept of class. As against this concept, we have removed all four conditions mentioned from its definition and included them as empirically variable factors in a theory of social class and class conflict. In this way, the concept itself becomes a highly formal and in this sense unhistorical category, but the theory gains in fruitfulness, range, and applicability. Thus, what has happened since Marx are in fact changes in the factors that contributed to the intensity and violence of the conflicts of his time. Patterns of conflict regulation emerged in both industry and the state. More and more, the democratic process of decision-making gave both parties a chance to realize their goals. The violence of class conflict was thereby effectively reduced. The institutionalization of social mobility made for a certain degree of openness in both classes. Absolute deprivation on the scales of social stratification gave way, for the proletariat, to relative deprivation, and later, for some, to comparative gratification. Finally, the associations of industry and the state were dissociated to some extent. All these changes served to reduce both the intensity and the violence of class conflict in post-capitalist society, and to make sudden and radical structure changes increasingly improbable. New patterns of class conflict emerge, to which we shall turn presently. It must, of course, be emphasized that, whatever concept or theory one employs, history cannot be explained solely in terms of class. The changes that separate capitalist and post-capitalist society are not wholly due to the effects of class conflict, nor have they merely been changes in the patterns of conflict. Thus, the subdivision of authority positions stimulated by an ideology of rationalization in both the enterprise and the state is an autonomous process. The decomposition of capital and labor by the separation of ownership and control, and by the emergence of new differentiations of skill, has consequences for class conflict but is due to other factors. As a comprehensive process, the development from capitalist to post-capitalist society remains outside the scope of the present analysis. But it should be clear from the preceding sketch that in principle our theory of group conflict is applicable, also, to the facts with which Marx dealt, and I hope it will be clear from the following rather more elaborate analysis in what sense it lends itself, by generalizing earlier approaches, to a coherent account of industrial and political conflict in the contemporary world. Do we still have a class society? In a sense, Skolsky is undoubtedly right in calling the often heard question. Have we still got a class society today, a naive question? However, this question is naive not so much because it is too general to be answered with a plain yes or no, but because it can be answered without thereby stating anything significant or exciting about post-capitalist society. Are there still classes? Or, as we can ask more precisely now, are there still interest groups and quasi-groups in the sense of class theory? That there are interest groups in contemporary society can be affirmed immediately. There are, for example, trade unions and employers' associations, progressive and conservative political parties. It is not difficult to show that all these organizations are interest groups in the sense of our definition. Quasi-groups, on the other hand, may be assumed to exist wherever there are authority relations and imperatively coordinated associations. Is it necessary to prove that there are such associations and relations in contemporary society? The state, the industrial enterprise, the churches, to mention only a few, are imperatively coordinated associations which exist in all modern societies and which, if our theory is right, justify the assumption that there are quasi-groups with conflicting latent interests within them. And if post-capitalist society has quasi-groups and interest groups, it has classes also. Like its precursor, advanced industrial society is a class society. Concept and theory of class are still applicable. By taking this position we differ from a number of sociologists whose work has been discussed above. But is this difference, as described so far, more than a difference of terminology? Cannot the charge be leveled against us that we presuppose the existence of classes by definition instead of demonstrating it empirically? Can we really answer the question of whether we still have a class society as easily as we did? The assertion that there still are classes because there are quasi-groups and interest groups is indeed less than a definition. It is, on the basis of class theory, a mere tautology. On the other hand, the assertion that there are still classes because there are imperatively coordinated associations is more than a definition. Although it presupposes the theoretical and perhaps definitional connection between classes and authority relations, it asserts the empirical presence of relations of authority. Social classes and class conflict are present wherever authority is distributed unequally over social positions. It may seem trivial to state that such unequal distribution exists in associations of post-capitalist society, but this assertion nevertheless establishes both the applicability of class theory and the radical difference from all attempts to describe contemporary society as classless. Nevertheless, to conclude merely that we are still living in a class society is as insufficient as it is unsatisfactory. It marks the beginning, not the end, of an analysis of advanced industrial society. For many people, the notion of a class society immediately evokes such definite associations that to apply it to a particular society might appear to involve a substantial statement of fact. I should like to emphasize therefore that I do not regard it as such. I am concerned, here, not with asserting the applicability of class theory, but with applying it. If imperatively coordinated associations can be shown to be a functional requisite of social structures, then the universal existence of classes is postulated by the same token. By way of empirical generalization, we can maintain at the very least that in many societies there are associations and classes, and in all known societies social conflicts. Societies do not differ by the fact that in some there are classes and in others not. Just as in the sociology of the family we are concerned not with the existence but with the patterns and functions of the family, so here we are dealing not with the presence of classes but with their nature and effect. By confronting capitalist with post-capitalist society, we want to discover the changed patterns and conditions of class formation and class conflict. Historically, the problem of an analysis of post-capitalist society in terms of class may be formulated as one of the destiny of the old conflict between capital and labor, bourgeoisie and proletariat. If we project the historical problem into the present, it becomes transformed into the task to apply the tool of class theory to some critical features of post-capitalist society and to try to contribute in this way to the understanding of the society in which we live. The society in which we live covers a multitude of generalities. It is as awkward as it can be fruitful to lump together, in sociological analysis, a number of societies under a general term, such as advanced industrial or post-capitalist society. Most of the data presented so far in this study relate to contemporary British, American, and German society. It is an open question whether these data, or the conclusions derived from them, apply to French, Italian, Japanese, or Russian society as well, and indeed, whether there are not significant differences between Germany, Britain, and the United States which would have to be taken into account. I am well aware of this problem, and of the criticism to which I lay myself open in not discussing it more elaborately. It is nevertheless my intention to try to consider some of the features of the industrial and political life of post-capitalist society without referring to specific countries or periods in more definite terms than by stating my belief that the conclusions of our analysis apply at least to those democratic countries of the West that underwent industrialization in the 19th century, and at most to all societies at an advanced stage of industrial development. In this analysis, I shall avoid generalities by specifying subject rather than time and place. By concentrating on a few salient points, I hope to pave the way for more detailed investigations. This essay, for such it is, does not pretend to answer all problems of conflict in post-capitalist society. The authority structure of the industrial enterprise. One social institution to which Marx devoted a great deal of attention has survived capitalist society, the industrial enterprise. Trivial as the statement may sound, there is no reason to avoid it. There can be no doubt that many changes have occurred in the century between 1850 and 1950, both outside and inside the industrial enterprise. It may appear meaningless to identify the small factory of a capitalist entrepreneur in 1850 with the large corporation of 1950 in terms of productive capacity and number of employees, technical perfection and spatial extension, complexity of organization and conditions of work. However, although these changes are by no means irrelevant for conflict analysis, we have to start with a more fundamental relation which remains, or has remained so far, unchanged. In capitalist as in post-capitalist society, in the Soviet Union as in the United States, the industrial enterprise is an imperatively coordinated association degree. Everywhere it displays those conditions of social structure which give rise to social conflict in terms of class theory. Wherever there are industrial enterprises, there are authority relations, latent interests, quasi-groups, and classes. In dealing with the formal organization of the enterprise, a distinction is usually made between the functional aspect of the division of labor and the scalar aspect of super and subordination. Both are functionally necessary, they are complementary aspects of industrial organization. One of the secrets of the increase of productivity by mechanized factory production lies in the subdivision of the total process of production into cooperative detail processes. Every one of these is equally indispensable for the accomplishment of the total process. From a strict functional point of view, the unskilled laborer, the foreman, and the executive stand on one level, the enterprise cannot function if one of these positions remains vacant. However, for purposes of the organization, coordination, and leadership of such subdivided detail processes, a principle other than the division of labor is needed. A system of super and subordination guarantees the frictionless operation of the total process of production. A system, in other words, which establishes authority relations between the various positions. The incumbents of certain positions are endowed with the right to make decisions as to who does what, when, and how. The incumbents of other positions have to submit to these decisions. Nor are the commands given and obeyed in the industrial enterprise confined to technical work tasks, hiring and firing, the fixing of wage rates and piecework systems, introduction and control of disciplinary regulations, and other modes of behavior are part of the role expectations of the incumbents of authority positions in the enterprise and give rise, therefore, to its scalar or authority structure. For the industrial worker, the labor contract implies acceptance of a role which is, inter alia, defined by the obligation to comply with the commands of given persons. Industrial authority does not, of course, involve the subordination of total persons under other persons. It is restricted to persons as incumbents of given, limited roles, but it is therefore no less authority, i.e., a probability that a command with a given specific content will be obeyed by a given group of persons. Although, in other words, the foreman cannot legitimately command his workers to collect stamps in their leisure time, there exist in the industrial enterprise, within a definable range, authority relations in the strict sense of class theory. Some industrial sociologists have denied the applicability of the category of authority to industrial enterprises either in general or in specific instances. Thus, Newlow confronts unilateral industrial organization characterized by authority relations with the notion of bilateral organization, where superordinates and subordinates or their representatives participate with equal rights in the process of decision-making, so that the subordinates become superordinates and there are no real subordinates at all. Mueller goes even further if he states categorically that relations of subordination in the enterprise are essentially not authority relations. The thesis, that the enterprise is a sphere of authority, must be rejected, Mueller asserts, although a little later he remarks that super and subordination in industrial organization is essential to the enterprise. This latter remark shows quite clearly that Mueller is concerned not with the fact but with the concept of authority. The same holds for Newlow, who states with excessive caution at the end of his work, it would seem to be a general conviction that total coordination is impossible in any kind of enterprise, particularly in the industrial enterprise, since this would involve the abolition of hierarchies in the enterprise, 1.e, of any discipline and authority. This is, indeed, not merely general conviction, but an indispensable condition of the structure of the enterprise. By contrast, it is general conviction that Mueller's super and subordination and Newlow's discipline and authority describe authority relations in the strict sense of the term, and that there is no reason not to call them by this name. Skolsky rightly emphasizes the particular authority foundation of the industrial enterprise as distinct from such structures as are founded on technical requirements. Wherever enterprises are set up, a few command and many obey, Bendix states as a matter of course in the second sentence of his work on industrial authority. Later he repeats more specifically, all economic enterprises have in common a basic social relation between the employers who exercise authority and the workers who obey. However one may resent the word authority, substantively there can be no doubt that industrial enterprises are at all times and in all places imperatively coordinated associations. In this sense Mueller is involuntarily right when he refers to Marx and remarks, even Karl Marx had to admit. All immediate social or communal labor on a larger scale requires more or less leadership. An individual violinist conducts himself, but an orchestra requires a conductor. Since the industrial enterprise has an authority structure and is therefore an imperatively coordinated association, we are entitled to assume that the incumbents of positions of domination and subjection within it are united in two conflicting quasi-groups with certain latent interests. This inference follows from the model of class formation. If the theory of group conflict proves useful, its validity is as universal as the imperative character of the enterprise itself. Wherever there are industrial enterprises, there is a quasi-group of the incumbents of roles of domination, the latent interests of which are in conflict with those of a corresponding quasi-group of incumbents of roles of subjection. If W. E. Moore states that the interests of management and labor may be basically the same, and yet the relations between the two groups be anything but harmonious, and adds that in a complete absence of like interests, there can be no conflict, there is nothing to fight about, he merely expresses the fact of the two faces of society with specific reference to the enterprise. Like all other units of social structure, industrial enterprises may be described in terms of integration theory. Their stability presents itself, then, as based on a common value system or common interests. But for certain purposes of analysis this approach is insufficient, we need the parallel approach of coercion theory. From the point of view of coercion theory, however, the interests of the incumbents of different authority positions appear as conflicting. Thus, Taylor's firm conviction that the true interests of the two are one and the same, that employers and workers are not opponents but partners, does not constitute an objection to class analysis. As opposed to Taylor, we do not postulate any true interests. We merely assert that Taylor's exclusive emphasis on the community of interests among all participants of the enterprise is plainly insufficient for the explanation of certain phenomena, such as strikes, and that it is therefore necessary to assume a conflict of latent interests in the enterprise emerging from the differential distribution of authority. Speaking of common interests, Taylor and others usually specify the substance of these interests. In the ordinary course of affairs it is mutually advantageous to management and labor for an industrial establishment to continue in operation. Analogously, the question of the substance of conflicting latent interests in industry must be raised. This question may appear unnecessarily abstract at a time at which everybody knows that the conflict of interests between employers and workers manifests itself in the form of disputes over wages and conditions of work. Yet it is questionable whether the substantive interest in higher wages or higher profits defines the substance of the latent interests of industrial classes sufficiently clearly. In an acute argument Drucker has tried to reduce wage disputes to their real basis. The wage rate is the traditional symbol for the real conflict rather than the issue itself. The basic problem is a conflict between the enterprise's view of wage as cost, and the employee's view of wage as income. The real issue is not, properly speaking, an economic one, but one over the nature and function of wage. Shall the need of the enterprise or the need of the employee be the basis for determining the function of wage? Drucker comes close to our problem, but not quite close enough. In reducing known manifest interests to latent interests at their basis we must abstract even further from substantive contents connected with specific social conditions. It is clear that a conflict is always concerned with a distribution of power. An exertion of power is necessary in order to retain a share in the determination of future relations, as well as for the acquisition or retention of other benefits which may be the immediate reasons for the conflict. This is to say that the immediate and necessary goal of any conflict is complete or partial victory. If we formulate, as we must, the latent interests of industrial quasi-groups on an equally formal and general level as the common interest in the continued operation of the enterprise, their substance can be described as the maintenance or change of the status quo by conservation or modification of existing relations of authority. In disputes between trade unions and employers, an argument is often put forward by the employers which has found its way into sociological literature also. Employers like to assert that they represent the interests of the total enterprise whereas the unions merely stand for partial interests. It might appear that there is no convincing refutation of this argument *, however, in the light of the theory of group conflict it becomes apparent what the basis of this argument is and why it is ideological, i.e., demonstrably false, a fact which is of considerable significance for class analysis. We have seen earlier that the interests of a ruling group assume, as ruling interests, the character of accepted values in a unit of social structure. They are a reflection of the real structure, the existing conditions, although these are upheld and guaranteed by the rule of but one class. They might therefore appear as binding for all elements of a unit of social structure. Yet the theory of class exposes the fact that the existing conditions are themselves in a sense merely partial, that they exist by virtue of the authority of one part, or class. As the Prime Minister is both representative of the whole nation and exponent of the majority party, the entrepreneur is both the enterprise and one partial interest in the conflicts generated by its structure depending on the image of society underlying our analysis. In this sense, conservation and modification of a status quo are, from the coercion point of view, strictly equivalent partial interests, the conflict of which can be conceived as one of the determinants of the dynamics of social structure. Two objections are frequently raised these days against the universal reality of conflicting latent interests in industry. They are easily disposed of, yet it may further clarify the issue to discuss them briefly. The first of these objections is based on the thesis that what is often called the bourgeoisification of the proletariat, 1e, the improvement of the economic situation of industrial workers, makes the assumption of continuing conflict unreasonable and, indeed, nonsensical. If, it is argued, the workers are no longer proletarians, if they do not live in poverty and suppression, they no longer have reason to revolt against their employers. The public of post-capitalist societies realizes, with baffled surprise, the continued reality of strikes and yet insists, at the same time, on the theory that industrial conflict has lost its causes and issues where the standard of living is high. This paradox testifies to a remarkable consistency of conviction, if not to insight. The theory of group conflict does not postulate any connection between class conflict and economic conditions. For the emergence of social conflicts, the standard of living of their participants is in principle irrelevant, for conflicts are ultimately generated by relations of authority, 1e, by the differentiation of dominating and subjected groups. Even if every worker owns a car, a house, and whatever other comforts of civilization there are, the root of industrial class conflict is not only not eliminated, but hardly touched. The fact that economic demands may provide the substance of manifest interests must not give rise to the erroneous notion that satisfaction of these demands eliminates the causes of conflict. Social conflict is as universal as the relations of authority and imperatively coordinated associations, for it is the distribution of authority that provides the basis and cause of its occurrence. A second objection against the assumption of the persistence of a latent conflict of interest consists in the thesis that the replacement of capitalists by managers has removed the basis of industrial class conflict. Upon closer inspection, this thesis, too, proves untenable. As we have seen, latent interests can be conceived of as quasi-objective role expectations. They are held not by persons, but by positions, or by persons only insofar as they occupy certain positions. If a person occupies a position of domination in an enterprise, it is irrelevant in principle whether his authority is based on property, election by a board of directors, or appointment by a government agency. For the latent interests of the incumbents of positions of authority, their incumbency of these positions is the sole significant factor. Although, therefore, their modes of recruitment and bases of legitimacy make for significant differences between capitalist and manager in other contexts, their authority positions in the enterprise are alike, and their places in conflicts of interest identical. For the explanation of group conflict, the factual relations of authority are the crucial factor. To this extent I agree with Burnham's thesis and with Marx's and Redner's analysis of joint stock companies. The replacement of functioning owners or capitalists by propertyless functionaries or managers does not abolish class conflict, but merely changes its empirical patterns. Independent of the particular personnel of positions of authority, industrial enterprises remain imperatively coordinated associations, the structures of which generate quasi-groups and conflicting latent interests. Apart from such inconsequential objections, there is one rather difficult problem, which becomes apparent if we try to define the border line between the quasi-groups of industrial associations. Bendix remarks that in every enterprise there are a few who command and many who obey. Presumably, he has the capitalist enterprise in mind when he says so. But the same criticism applies to his statement as was raised against Pareto's and Mosca's thesis of a ruling minority. In the enterprises of post-capitalist society, authority is typically no longer exercised by one individual, or even by a few. A complex system of delegation of responsibility obliterates virtually to invisibility the dividing line between positions of domination and subjection. Even if we ignore for the moment the place of labor representatives in the formal organization of the enterprise, there are two groups that stubbornly resist allocation to one or the other quasi-group. One of these consists of the so-called staff of the enterprise, the engineers, chemists, physicists, lawyers, psychologists, and other specialists whose services have become an indispensable part of production in modern firms. Occasionally, these specialists have a defined place in the scalar structure of authority in the enterprise, usually by the inclusion of specialist qualifications in the definition of the expectations associated with managerial roles. More frequently, however, the staff is linked with the line of authority by an intricate system of cross-relations without its members having immediate authority except over their secretaries and assistants. In this case, the class situation of specialists in the enterprise remains as uncertain as the class situation of intellectuals in society. They are neither superordinates nor subordinates, their positions seem to stand beyond the authority structure. Only insofar as they can be identified as helpers of management, can they be called a marginal part of the ruling class of the enterprise. The number of staff positions in industrial enterprises is usually fairly limited. But there is another troublesome group of positions in the modern enterprise which is far more numerous, namely that of all salaried employees, of department heads and typists, accountants and foremen, etc. Few of these positions can be described as positions of subjection in the sense in which those of workers are. But are they positions of domination? Do salaried employees participate in the exercise of authority? Do they belong to the ruling class of the industrial enterprise? In the first place, the distinction introduced earlier between bureaucrats and white-collar workers is here of importance. The latter clearly belong to the quasi-group of the subjected and do not therefore present a special problem. But what about the bureaucrats? In the following chapter we shall have to investigate the place of bureaucrats in social conflict rather more extensively. Anticipating the result of this investigation, however, I think that with certain qualifications the conclusion is indicated and, indeed, forced upon us that the positions of bureaucrats in the enterprise have to be counted among the positions of domination. The theory advanced by Renner and others since the turn of the century, and called theory of delegation by Kroner, provides the only consistent explanation of the authority position of bureaucratic roles. Bureaucratic roles in the enterprise must be described as differentiated management roles. The total process of the exercise of authority appears, in the modern enterprise, subdivided into a multitude of positions coordinated by a peculiar type of organization. In the analysis of bureaucratic roles below we shall see that this subdivision and coordination bears striking similarities to the division of labor in technical production. In both cases, differentiation has the effect of splitting up a totality into a multitude of elements to the extent of almost entirely alienating each of the elements from the totality of which it is a part. Here, appearances are deceptive, for the fact remains that industrial bureaucracy or, as Renner calls this group, the service class, stands as a whole on this side of the borderline which separates the possessors of authority in the enterprise from the subjected workers, both manual and white-collar. By virtue of their positions, bureaucrats are members of the ruling class of industry and share its latent interests. It may appear superfluous to devote so extensive a discussion to the structural origins of industrial conflict in view of the fact that the organized interest groups of trade unions and employers' associations belong to the accepted institutions of post-capitalist society. Yet this appearance is deceptive. Only if we manage to identify the structural origins of industrial conflict unambiguously can we hope to be able to assess the place of organized interest groups in post-capitalist society with sufficient accuracy. The authority structure of the industrial enterprise generates, in every social order and at all times, independent of the socio-economic status of labor and the modes of recruitment of management, latent interests, and quasi-groups in the sense of class theory. Their conflict may be described as the ultimate source of class antagonisms in industry. At the same time, this statement leaves out of consideration whether industrial conflict becomes acute or remains latent, whether it assumes regulated patterns or is of the Civil War type, whether it is confined to industry or molds the whole of society. Empirically, these are the crucial questions, and the answers to them cannot be derived from the authority structure of the enterprise. For them to be satisfactorily answered, we now have to look at the empirical conditions of industrial conflict in post-capitalist society. Industrial democracy. In connection with the brief reanalysis of Marx's data above, I have indicated that there is a tendency toward decreasing intensity and violence in industrial conflict by virtue of the institutionalization of class conflict and the development of industrial democracy. This assertion must now be made specific and documented. Without entering into a detailed historical account of the development of conflict patterns in various countries, I shall try in this section to trace some of the typical elements of conflict regulation in industry as they affect the violence of manifestations of conflict. My thesis is that in post-capitalist society industrial conflict has become less violent because its existence has been accepted and its manifestations have been socially regulated. Today, industrial conflict is recognized as a necessary feature of industrial life. This recognition, as well as the establishment of regulatory institutions, constitutes in itself a structure change which is due to no small extent to the effects of industrial conflict. The establishment of industrial democracy consists of a number of structural arrangements, each of which warrants brief inspection. In the following pages, I propose to analyze 5 elements of industrial democracy in advanced countries which seem to me of particular importance: the organization of conflicting interest groups itself, the establishment of parliamentary negotiating bodies in which these groups meet, the institutions of mediation and arbitration, formal representations of labor within the individual enterprise, and tendencies towards an institutionalization of workers' participation in industrial management. The purpose of the following analysis, as of the whole chapter, is to stimulate thought and research rather than to present conclusive solutions. Thus, we shall concentrate on significant facts rather than present all relevant data. In the sphere of industry we encounter the conflicting classes in full formation. In a way, the conditions of industry in post-capitalist society might be described as an empirical analog of the model of class theory, an ideal type come true. The authority structure of the enterprise generates the 2 quasi-groups of management and labor, along with their latent interests. From these are recruited the interest groups of employers' associations and trade unions, with their specific manifest interests. For many decades, now, the disputes between trade unions and employers' associations have presented the well-known picture of industrial conflict. There are a number of problems in connection with the formation of industrial classes which, although well worth investigating, we can only touch upon here. It would be interesting to investigate why trade unions typically attempt to recruit all members of the quasi-group of labor into their organization and to actualize their interests permanently, whereas employers' associations are much looser organizations composed of a few representatives of their underlying quasi-group. One would have to inquire whether this pattern indicates a general regularity of manifest conflict, or whether it might not be conceivable that a subjected class is also represented by a small interest group of delegates. Complex problems are raised by the relation between employers' associations and industrial bureaucrats, particularly their union-type organizations, if we introduce the premise that the service class is part of the ruling class. In many countries, the relation between different interest groups based on the same quasi-group, such as Christian and socialist trade unions, presents important problems. Finally, we cannot here discuss the extremely significant consequences of the fact that organized trade unions are themselves imperatively coordinated associations which potentially generate within themselves the same conflicts between dominant and subjected groups as other associations. Other problems might be added to these. However, we are here concerned merely with a more limited question: In what sense does even the organization of conflict groups itself contribute to a decrease in the intensity and violence of class conflicts? It is worth pursuing the subject that every act of organization is as such a process of institutionalization. The organization of an interest group creates an entity in time, endowed with a charter, certain norms, a material instrumentarium, and a personnel that constitute, if we accept Malinowski's definition, an institution. This fact has certain prerequisites, and certain consequences flow from it. Thus, the organization of trade unions presupposes, apart from the presence of a quasi-group of latent interests, those technical, political, and social conditions which we have described as conditions of organization, and the presence of which signifies in itself a minimum of recognition of the legitimacy of conflict and its issues. The organization of trade unions is in this sense the first structure change of industrial society caused by class conflict. By its completion, class conflict loses some of its intensity and violence. This conclusion is supported by the consequences of the organization of interest groups. Organized groups stand in open, and therefore incontrollable, conflict. As long as the organizations of subjected groups are not dissolved, their political prerequisites not abolished, absolute suppression of this class is no longer possible. Organized interest groups of subjected classes have means to enforce recognition of their interests at their disposal. Moreover, they are in principle accessible for negotiations, i.e., regulated disputes. One cannot negotiate with unorganized, loosely connected rebels. For conciliation, comprehensive organization growing out of a quasi-group is indispensable. Thus, the conclusion is suggested that the democratization of industrial conflict begins with the organization of industrial classes. In fact, the formation of industrial interest groups has soon been followed, in all industrial countries, by the emergence of negotiating bodies in which the representatives of both parties convene for settling their disputes by discussion. In some countries, these negotiating bodies, originally formed ad hoc whenever necessary, have stabilized into persistent institutions. There is a machinery for collective bargaining and joint negotiation. The term collective bargaining is applied to those arrangements under which the wages and conditions of employment are settled by a bargain, in the form of an agreement made between employers or associations of employers and workpeople's organizations. The structure of these negotiating bodies differs in different countries. The area regulated by collective contract is, for example, much wider in America than in Germany. In the latter country, many of the relations between employer and employee are regulated on the basis of mutual understanding without this anywhere being put down in writing. Many other conditions are fixed preferably by law and less by collective contracts. Apart from this latter qualification, the significance of collective bargaining for industrial conflict can be asserted in general for all post-capitalist societies. Occasional or statutory negotiating bodies of employers' associations and trade unions serve a quasi-parliamentary function in industrial class conflict. In them, the representatives of both parties meet in order to articulate their disputes on the basis of certain rules of the game degree and, if possible, to arrive at a common decision. Th. Marshall has demonstrated convincingly how radically this structural principle differs from a private law conception of the labor contract. For us, the essential fact is that by collective bargaining the frozen fronts of industrial conflict are thawed. If the representatives of management and labor meet regularly for negotiations, gradual changes of social structure replace the tendency toward revolutionary explosions and civil war. However, this possibility is by no means entirely removed where collective bargaining bodies exist. The rules of the game of political democracy can only partly be applied to the industrial conflict of interests. The whole of this collective system rests upon the principle of mutual consent, and the value of the agreements and the machinery for settling disputes has depended upon the loyal acceptance by the constituent members on both sides of the decisions reached. Not only the acceptance of agreements once reached, but even more the difficulty of reaching agreement endangers the effectiveness of conciliation. Majority decisions are structurally impossible in the negotiating bodies of employers' associations and unions. Decisions are reached unanimously or not at all. To the extent to which agreement between conflict groups cannot be attained by negotiation, industrial conflict threatens the democratic process itself. Violent conflict, strike and lockout remains its background and, often, its result. In order to remove the possibility of outbreak of violent conflict even further, most advanced industrial societies have developed a second line of institutional safeguards, a system of mediation and arbitration. It is the declared aim of arbitration to make a last nonviolent attempt at regulating conflicts in case of breakdown of conciliation. In connection with the general discussion of conflict regulation, I have presented a schema of types of third-party interference in conflict, ranging from mediation through arbitration to compulsory arbitration. Apart from the last type, such interference may operate as an effective means of reducing the violence of industrial conflict. There are many empirical illustrations of this fact. However, for arbitration to be effective, it is necessary that it be based on the acceptance of the conflict itself, i.e., that it follow a political rather than a legal conception of its task, to use Lockwood's distinction. If, and only if, mediation and arbitration are conceived of as mechanisms for facilitating legitimate decision-making on the part of both parties to a conflict, do they contribute to industrial democracy? The three factors mentioned so far form a coherent pattern. Its rationale lies in the autonomous, in that sense democratic, regulation of conflict. This pattern can be found in most post-capitalist societies, but particularly in Britain and the United States. The two remaining factors, representation within the enterprise and codetermination, also form a coherent pattern. Again, traces of the pattern are present in most industrial countries, but it is particularly prominent in Germany. Its most general principle can be described as the attempt to institutionalize industrial conflict by modifying the authority structure of the enterprise itself. So far as we can see today, the range of variability of possible modifications of the authority structure of the industrial enterprise is relatively limited *, registered, yet there is the possibility of supplementing the authority structure by what Skolsky called an institutionalized side hierarchy of employees' representatives, such as shop stewards, Komites d'entreprise, Betriebsrat, or, in communist countries, party cells in the enterprise. Skolsky states on the basis of this important structure change of modern industry that a dualistic authority structure belongs to the hierarchical constitution of the modern enterprise. It is worth following up some of the consequences of this development for violence and intensity of industrial conflict. In Germany, labor representation within the enterprise found its way into legislation as early as 1920. Special legislation defines the task of shop councils by two main expectations. Shop councils are established in order to defend the common economic interests of employees vis-à-vis the employer, and in order to support the employer in realizing the functions of the enterprise. The striking ambiguity of the position of shop councils and, to a lesser extent, of British and American shop stewards becomes apparent in this formulation. The first part of the legal definition, ascribing to shop councils the task of defending the interests of labor, seems to bear out Skolsky's and Drucker's comparison of this institution with the parliamentary opposition. From this point of view, the institution of shop councils neither modifies nor supplements the authority structure of the enterprise. Leaders of opposition have no legitimate power within the state. There is, however, a second aspect of the position of shop councils. Apart from defending the interests of labor, shop councillors have also to give certain commands to the workers. They have to support the employer in realizing the functions of the enterprise. More apparently than with the shop stewards of English and American industry, German shop councils occupy a curiously ambiguous place in the enterprise. They are both opposition and side government, representatives of the interests of labor and agents of management. For this reason, much the same problems are associated with their roles as Roethlisberger and others found characteristic for the foreman. At least in Germany, the shop councillors are, even more than the foreman, men in the middle, masters and victims of double talk. Insofar as the representation of labor within the enterprise follows the double definition of German shop councils, its effect on the intensity and violence of industrial conflict is as ambivalent as its position in the authority structure of the enterprise. On the one hand, class theory would lead one to assume that the establishment of institutions designed to defend the common economic interests of employees serves to reduce the violence of conflict by providing peaceful channels of expression for antagonistic interests. On the other hand, the very design of shop councils tends to alienate this institution from those whose interests it is supposed to serve. By necessity, the representatives of labor get entangled with the tasks, decisions, and at least indirectly interests of management. What appears to be an interest group of the subjected turns out to be an agent of the dominating group as well. It seems probable that this kind of perverted conflict regulation will increase rather than diminish both the violence and the intensity of conflict by simultaneously opening and blocking one of its channels of expression. This latter point is most clearly illustrated by the relationship of labor representatives within the individual enterprise to the larger organizations of labor, i.e., the trade unions. In England and the United States, shop stewards are appointed by and subject to the control of their unions. They are in this sense delegates of the comprehensive interest group of labor within the enterprise. As such, they are symptom and tool of the institutionalization of class conflict and serve to decrease its violence. Although in actual fact there are in Germany, also, many enterprises where the trade unions have at least informal control over selection, election, and work of the shop councils, these are in principle independent of the unions. There are therefore at least two distinct interest groups of labor, the relations between which may be friendly, competitive, or conflicting. The theory of group conflict would suggest that the closer the connection between labor representatives in the enterprise and comprehensive interest groups, the better do these interest groups serve their purpose of regulating industrial conflict and thereby reducing its violence. The shop councillor, as an incumbent of roles of domination, becomes part of the ruling class of industry, deprives labor of one of its channels of expression, and provides the cause for new conflicts of the class type within the enterprise and industry as a whole. This conclusion holds a fortiori for a final element of industrial democracy which we have to discuss and which, once again, is most prominent in West German industry: workers' participation in management. Apart from strictly syndicalist tendencies in a number of historical and contemporary societies, the coal, iron, and steel industry of post-war Germany provides the first large-scale example of an attempt to furnish labor with a share in the management of industrial enterprises. There have been numerous studies, sociological and otherwise, of the German co-determination experiment in recent years, and I do not intend to review here these investigations or the problems they have raised. There is, however, one element of co-determination which is of immediate relevance for our problem and requires some consideration. One of the crucial stipulations of the THIRD concerning co-determination of employees in the boards of directors and of executives in the enterprises of coal mining and the iron and steel industry of May 21, 1951 relates to the inclusion of a labor representative in the executive board. Section 13 of the third part of the law, dealing with executive boards, says, a labor manager is appointed with rights equal to those of the other members of the legally representative executive board. The labor manager cannot be appointed against the votes of those members of the board of directors elected in accordance with Section 6. 2. The labor manager, like the other members of the legally representative executive board, has to fulfill his tasks in close cooperation with the total board. What are the structural consequences for industrial conflict of this stipulation, and the real conditions created on its basis? Two conclusions can immediately be derived from the wording of the law. First, this law stipulates the creation of a new position. It does not define in any detail the role, the behavior expectations attached to this position. However, its designation labor manager implies an indication that the legislators had in mind an executive who is primarily concerned with personnel matters in the widest sense. Asterisk. The law states quite explicitly, however, that the role of the labor manager is a role of domination, a leadership or management role equipped with equal rights. the position of labor manager is clearly defined as belonging to the ensemble of positions endowed with the right to issue authoritative decisions and commands. Secondly, the wording of the law stipulates a mode of recruitment of persons to this position. Here, again, the text remains purely formal. It is not suggested, example, that the labor manager has to be a worker or trade union member, although this idea may have played a part. It is merely said that he must have the confidence of the labor representatives on the board of directors, that he cannot be appointed against their votes. What, then, is the class position of the labor manager in terms of conflict theory? With respect to his position and role, and quite apart from its specific incumbent, the answer to this question is evident. As a position of domination, it belongs to the plus side of the zero-sum distribution of authority positions in the enterprise. The position of labor manager is, to all intents and purposes, a managerial or entrepreneurial position. Like the other members of the legally representative executive board, the labor manager belongs, by virtue of his position, to the ruling quasi-group of those whose objective role interests aim at the maintenance of existing conditions. In this sense, the institution of labor manager is, as Perker justly observes, nothing but the continuation of the process of rationalization of large-scale enterprises and of the specialization and centralization of management connected with it. Like his older, but similarly defined, colleague in English and American industry, the personnel manager, the labor manager is an entrepreneur. These facts, which are so obvious that it is truly surprising how rarely they are recognized, are complicated by that further stipulation of the law which prescribes a mode of recruitment. In order to articulate the consequences of this prescription, let us assume hypothetically the extreme case of a worker, say, a fitter who is also an active unionist, being appointed labor manager of a steel works by its board of directors. From the point of view of class theory, this means, in the first place, that a man who belongs to the quasi-group of the subjected becomes mobile, rises socially, and assumes a position that automatically puts him into the quasi-group of the rulers. His latent interests change from one extreme to the other. This seemingly nonsensical statement becomes reasonable if we realize that latent interests are associated with positions, not persons, and that they are therefore in principle exchangeable with positions. The individual can abandon his class position, as he can his occupational position. Our fitter has become, by the decision of a board of directors, an entrepreneur. His interests are no longer represented by a trade union but by an employers' association. Once again we must agree with Perker, who says, enforcing loyalty with the union would be incompatible with the functions of the labor manager, which are, and must be, directed towards the optimal social constitution of the enterprise within the existing economic and social order. In one respect our analysis might be charged with a certain lack of realism. One might ask how the fitter of our example will react to his new role. Will he be able or willing to forget, once he is labor manager, that he was a fitter before? This is a psychological question. However, it appears to me that we may formulate a number of alternatives of behavior that are open to the newly made labor manager of our hypothetical example. He may try to continue acting as if he were a member of the subjected class from which he came. This would mean that he does not adapt himself to his new role and does not fulfill its tasks as he should, so that he may be a good unionist but will certainly be a bad labor manager. On the other hand, he may try to adapt himself to his new role very rapidly. By forgetting his origin he may indeed become an extreme example of an industrial ruler and soon display all the status symbols of a manager. Finally, and this may be the most probable case, our fitter may gradually adapt himself to his new role as labor manager, live through what may easily be a painful conflict between the old and the new role, and try to solve this conflict by increased efforts on behalf of his former colleagues. He becomes an entrepreneur, a member of the ruling class of industry, but he remains an employer concerned about the welfare of labor. I have deliberately tried to assess the significance of codetermination in the light of class theory without reference to the unending discussion of the virtue or vice of this structure change. This, it seems to me, is the only way of gaining an impression unbiased by wishes or aversions. Thus, the much-discussed problem of the conflict of loyalties is reduced to the psychological conflict of a man who in reality is a rare exception *degree who turns over night from worker to entrepreneur. Newlow's totally bilateral process of decision-making is revealed as an extremely inaccurate description of the actual conditions. But it becomes evident, also, that the large number of workers who expect from co-determination equal participation in decision-making or even rights of control and veto on the part of labor, are voicing utopian wishes rather than structurally justified expectations. In many ways, co-determination in the basic industries of West Germany is the most insignificant of the factors of industrial democracy discussed in this section. This conclusion certainly holds for the creation of the position of labor manager. The strengthening of shop councils effected by a supplementary law of 1952, as well as the participation of labor representatives in the boards of directors stipulated by the co-determination law, may be regarded as contributions to the effective regulation of industrial conflict. Here, negotiating bodies are erected or invigorated which serve to remove conflict from the streets to conference rooms. But the very significance of institutions of this latter type supports our general view that any attempt to eliminate conflict altogether is bound to fail as such and, in fact, intensifies existing cleavages. Regulation requires acceptance of conflict, but co-determination is based on a conviction that conflict is bad and must be abolished. From the point of view of effective conflict regulation, it is an ill-conceived pattern that contradicts rather than supports a general trend toward the reduction of violence and intensity of industrial conflict. The institutional isolation of industry and industrial conflict. I believe, says Parsons in one place, that class conflict is endemic in our modern industrial type of society. With respect to industry, our analysis suggests that this belief is indeed well-founded. But while the existence of class conflict is indubitable, its manifestations have changed. The analysis of industrial democracy reveals some such changes, namely, those in the violence of interest clashes. At several points we have suggested that with decreasing violence the intensity of industrial conflict was also reduced. However, the latter tendency is rather less apparent than the former. It is necessary, here, to define its extent and limits as precisely as possible. In this problem, the relationship between industry and society is crucial. We have seen that one of the reasons why industrial conflict was exceptionally intense in capitalist society rested with the fact that the lines of industrial and political conflict were superimposed. The opponents of industry, capital and labor met again, as bourgeoisie and proletariat, in the political arena. Clearly, the relations between industry and society are close in all modern societies. In this sense, the term industrial society is fitting. At the same time, industry and society are, at least for purposes of analysis, discrete associations, the interrelations between which are not a priori definable. It is one of the central theses of the present analysis that in post-capitalist society industry and society have, by contrast to capitalist society, been dissociated. Increasingly, the social relations of industry, including industrial conflict, do not dominate the whole of society but remain confined in their patterns and problems to the sphere of industry. Industry and industrial conflict are, in post-capitalist society, institutionally isolated, i.e., confined within the borders of their proper realm and robbed of their influence on other spheres of society. In post-capitalist society, the industrial enterprise is no longer the model after which all other relations are fashioned. From this thesis a number of significant consequences follow for class analysis. Before we consider these in some detail, however, the theory itself requires some elucidation. At an earlier point in this study we have described three sets of facts which would seem to suggest that Marx and Burnham are right in believing industry and society to be virtually identical in the modern world. The first of these was the purely physical extent of industry and industrial enterprises as well as the manifest significance of industrial production for life in contemporary society. Whatever changes may have occurred with respect to the relation of industry and society, they have evidently supported rather than contradicted this tendency. In ever larger enterprises, an ever-growing number of workers produces ever more numerous goods. Yet this fact does not contradict the theory of institutional isolation of industry, as will become apparent if we look at the other two factors mentioned in our earlier analysis. We have stated there that the occupational role dominates the social position of people in industrial society, and in particular that of workers. Here, a counter-trend cannot be ignored. The time spent by the average worker on his job has decreased and will probably continue to decrease. Although his work plays a prominent part in the daily life of the worker, there are indications that other roles besides his occupation gain in importance. In a sense, his occupation has been confined to a set place in the life of the worker, just as industry has been confined to a set place in the structure of society. We shall return to this problem presently. With respect to the sanctions available to employers to enforce conformity with the values of the ruling class of industry, we can note an analogous development. The quasi-governmental police supervision of early capitalists has been restricted considerably in post-capitalist society. The ruling class of industry rules over a rather more limited part of the lives of its workers. Its sanctions are confined to properly industrial penalties and are, even here, subject to legal regulations. Employers shooting their workers with their own police force are as hard to imagine today as corporal punishment, arrest, or even dismissal without reason and reduction of wages. Registered the loss on the part of management of quasi-governmental rights of control which penetrate deeply into the life of the individual also marks a reduction of the formerly all-embracing significance of industry. Here, too, confinement to a specific, limited sphere can be demonstrated. That industry and industrial conflict have been institutionally isolated means that they have settled down in society, have found a stable and definite place within it. Parallels to other institutional spheres suggest themselves. One might argue, for example, that in the secularized societies of today the church has been displaced from the all-embracing part it played at earlier times and confined to a proper, defined sphere in society. The church, too, has been institutionally isolated. In all countries directly or indirectly affected by the French Revolution, the relation of church and state is one of delimitation of competence between two separate institutional orders and imperatively coordinated associations. According to the thesis here advanced, we are witnessing, in post-capitalist society, a similar development with respect to industry and the enterprises of industrial production. Here, too, a process of confinement, that is, of delimitation of basically separate competences takes place. With a somewhat daring but illustrative comparison from modern medicine, one might say that, like a stomach the ulcers of which are deprived of their influence on the total organism by the severance of vagus and sympathicus and which is left to regulate itself, industry in post-capitalist society has lost its all-embracing social significance and has to a certain extent been capsuled off from society. I shall not try here to trace in detail the historical genesis of the tendency described by these metaphors and comments. A number of trends could be indicated which have contributed to this development. Marshall sees one of the consequences of trade unionism in the creation of a secondary system of industrial citizenship parallel with and supplementary to the system of political citizenship. If it is correct to speak of an economic citizenship side by side with the political citizenship, then this very distinction hints at the separation of the two spheres of industry and society. Industry appears as a society within society, a structural unit sui generis, which in a way is complete in itself without transcending its limits and without overlapping other structural units and associations. By way of illustration, we may also adduce here the much discussed fact that the proportion of the populations of post-capitalist societies occupied in industrial production has not only failed to increase in the last decades but has, on the contrary, decreased. The extension of tertiary industries plays a part here. Even in the economy, industry is no longer that dynamic institutional sphere which draws ever new groups into its whirlpool. Here, too, a certain delimitation and stabilization can be demonstrated. The same tendency can, finally, be shown if Sternberg's data and conclusions are correct even for the volume of industrial production, that is, insofar as one can speak in Europe since the First World War and in the United States since the Great Crash, of a halt in capitalist expansion. The theory of the institutional isolation of industry in post-capitalist society, if formulated on as general a level as we have so far done, gives rise to a number of obvious objections. We shall mention only a few. First, it would seem that the life of people in modern societies is increasingly rationalized, mechanized, in this sense industrialized. The products of industry dominate consumption in all social strata and mold the standard and style of living of all. Secondly, industrial and political problems are more closely connected than ever. If industrial production is stopped, every member of society feels the consequences. In this sense, industry is by no means isolated. Thirdly, we can observe an increase rather than a decrease of government influence on industry. From this point of view, industry and society are also more closely connected than ever. Finally, there is even now a wealth of evidence of the existence of interrelations, often of a personal kind, between the ruling classes of industry and society. The composition of recent or current governments in the United States, Britain, France, Germany, and other countries would seem to sustain the thesis of C.W. Mills that the power elite of post-capitalist societies is relatively uniform and dominated by the carriers of industrial authority. It is not my intention to ridicule or underestimate objections of this kind. The least they prove is that the institutional isolation of industry is but a tendency and not a completed development. Yet, I believe that its tendential reality can be demonstrated despite all objections. In trying to present this demonstration, however, we shall do well to leave the investigation of the wider thesis of the isolation of industry to a separate study and confine ourselves to the more limited issue of the institutional isolation of industrial conflict. The thesis that, with industry, industrial conflict has been institutionally isolated in post-capitalist society can be rendered more precise in a number of specific propositions. We assert, in the first place, that position in the authority structure of industry and position in the authority structure of society are no longer necessarily identical, and that the industrial position of a man does not prejudice his political position. It follows from this that neither latent nor manifest class interests of industrial conflict must be identical with the latent and manifest interests of the same people in political conflict. Industrial interests have reference to the sphere of industry only, they aim, above all, at the maintenance or change of the industrial status quo, not the inclusive social status quo. It follows, further, that the dominant and subjected classes of industry need no longer be part of the corresponding political classes. The theory of classes permits the conclusion that there are as many discrete dominant and subjected classes in a society as there are associations. Here we assert that in post-capitalist society the rulers and the ruled of industry and society are tendentially discrete groups. This means that membership in an industrial class leaves open to which political class an individual belongs, since independent determinants and mechanisms of allocation are effective in the associations of industry and political society. Before we try to explore some of the empirical consequences of the theory described by these propositions, one more general remark may be in place. One of the astonishing and annoying characteristics of recent sociological theories of class conflict is that they frequently arrive at diametrically opposed conclusions. Whereas Burnham speaks of an undiminished, even intensified, presence of the class conflict between employers and workers, Skulski believes that the question of the significance of the old classes for the present has to be answered unequivocally in the negative. These incompatible conclusions cannot be argued away by ridiculing one or the other student of the matter. Rather, the incompatibility of these theories challenges the sociologist to develop a new and better theory. This is precisely what the theory of the institutional isolation of industrial conflict affords. It supports, so to speak, Burnham with respect to the sphere of industry where the old conflict persists, and it confirms, at the same time, Skulski's notion by disputing the binding force of industrial conflict for the inclusive society. In this way, the claim for general validity implicit in both theories is rejected. The old conflict persists, but its effects are limited to the institutional sphere of industry. Outside industry, in the political society, the prolongation of capital and wage labor into bourgeoisie and proletariat in the Marxian sense no longer describes the dominant patterns of social conflict. Empirical consequences of the theory of institutional isolation of industrial conflict as formulated so far. The theory of institutional isolation of industrial conflict is a general orientation, a point of view rather than a scientific theory. Above all, it is not, as such, susceptible of refutation by empirical test. One may argue for or against it, but such arguments can finally neither confirm nor reject its validity. The theory proves testable only if we succeed in deriving certain testable propositions from it, and in confronting them with known or accessible facts. Some of the assumptions which may thus be derived from the theory of institutional isolation of industrial conflict, and which promise to further the process of our analysis, will now be formulated and, insofar as possible, at least illustrated by empirical data. If it is correct that with industry itself industrial conflict has been institutionally isolated in post-capitalist societies, it follows that his occupational role has lost its comprehensive molding force for the social personality of the industrial worker, and that it determines only a limited sector of his social behavior. Even today, occupation is generally assumed to be the decisive social role of at least the man in industrial society. A man's job occupying nearly 1/3 of his daily life is more than just a means of livelihood or an outlet. For his creative energy, it is a vital influence on his existence even beyond working hours. His social position, his economic welfare, and even his daily habits are all determined by the kind of job he holds. While there can be no doubt that income and prestige are in all industrial societies to a definable extent functions of occupation, and that many daily habits, such as the time of rising and going to bed, are determined by the requirements of the job, the thesis is advanced here that in the special case of industrial workers that sector of social behavior which is not immediately determined by occupation is extending steadily. In post-capitalist society, the worker, when he passes the factory gate, increasingly leaves his occupational role behind him with the machines and his work clothes. Outside, he plays new roles defined by factors other than his occupation. The occupation and the expectations connected with it dominate less and less the life of the industrial worker, and other expectations mold his social personality. The job has become exactly what it is denied in the above quotation, a means for the end of life which as such assumes a fixed and limited place in the worker's behavior. Here, the convergence of social science in highly industrialized countries emphasized by Skolsky has its place. It aims at putting the structures of consumption and leisure time behavior into the center of the interpretation of contemporary society. One may doubt whether consumption roles are becoming, as Skolsky thinks, the central determinant of all patterns of behavior instead of class status. I should think that the undoubted trend toward increasing the importance of his consumer's position in the life of the worker in post-capitalist society develops at the expense of occupational position and testifies to the isolation of occupationally determined patterns of behavior. 1.e. They're restrained to a specific context confined in time and space. If it is possible to show, by empirical investigation, that consumption status does indeed assume a more prominent place in the consciousness and factual behavior of the worker than his occupational status, the proposition formulated here may be regarded as confirmed. A special case of the matter formulated in this proposition and a further consequence of the theory of the institutional isolation of industrial conflict can be found in the hypothesis that the participants of industry, upon leaving the factory gate, leave behind them, with their occupational role, their industrial class interests also. The manifest contents of industrial class interests are no longer identical with those of political class interests. At a time when the one and only manifest interest of those subjected to industrial authority was an economic subsistence minimum, defined either physiologically or socially, this interest accompanied the workers to all spheres of their social behavior. But the significance for class conflict of the tendency toward equality, toward leveling the differences between strata, lies in the fact that the increasing equalization of living conditions and the institutionalization of the right to a minimum wage have provided a basis for separating the manifest interests of industrial and political conflict. Two aspects of this tendency are clearly visible today. First, the issues of industrial conflict in post-capitalist society are typically no longer of the kind that would divide the whole society into two large hostile camps. They divide only the participants of industry into two hostile camps. They are confined to goals in which only these are interested by virtue of their occupational and, more specifically, authority roles. This is true not only of wage claims based on higher productivity, but also for demands to prolong paid vacations, shorten working hours, establish participation in management, to say nothing of the more technical issues of conflict which, outside industry, are hardly understood as conflict issues. In terms of its issues, industrial conflict increasingly becomes industrial conflict without reference to general social and political problems. Secondly, this narrowing down of the issues of industrial conflict means that the individual worker is concerned with them only in his role as worker. In other roles he is moved by other things. As consumer or citizen, he is no longer worker. If, for the sake of clarity, an overstatement is permitted, one might say, as the bowling fan may get heated over certain problems in his bowling club which leave his behavior outside the bowling club totally unaffected, so the issues of industrial conflict become increasingly irrelevant outside the sphere of industry. One of the consequences of this fact and of the theory of institutional isolation is that industrial strikes no longer affect the so-called public of post-capitalist societies. Immediately, indeed, that strikes in one branch of industry leave workers in another branch relatively unaffected. If industry and society are two discrete social contexts, conflicts in one do not lead to conflicts in the other, i.e., the public does not identify itself with the striking parties on the basis of the respective class situation, but for completely different motives. Gager's new line of a conflict between those who participate immediately in production and the mere consumers plays a part here. Events within the institutionally isolated sphere of industry may be regarded as threatening by the unconcerned public precisely because of this isolation. They are not identified with political conflicts. It is a telling fact that in a German opinion survey in 1954 almost one-half of those interviewed took a stand against strikes and expressed their belief that the workers get, by strikes, advantages only for themselves and never even consider the interests of the general public. Within the sphere of political organization, it follows from the theory of the institutional isolation of industrial conflict that trade unions and progressive parties are no longer identical, that, indeed, the notion of a workers' party has lost its political meaning. If it is true that industrial conflict is, in post-capitalist society, confined to its own specific sphere, if, therefore, the role distribution and the issues of industrial conflict have lost their embracing social significance, then the interest groups of industry and society are also discrete organizations. They may still be connected by the bond of tradition, but they are no longer united by a common cause and field of recruitment. The validity of this thesis is most evident in the United States and least evident in Britain. In all post-capitalist societies, however, there is the double tendency to establish the political independence of trade unions as interest groups in industrial conflict and to extend socialist or progressive parties as interest groups in political conflict beyond the boundaries of an industrial class to people's parties or mass parties. Many people are still surprised to find active unionists among the voters, or even functionaries, of conservative parties, but this is merely a consequence of the trend of development which we have tried to describe as one of institutional isolation. If this theory proves a useful explanatory tool, it follows to formulate a last derivation that in post-capitalist society the ruling and the subjected classes of industry and of the political society are no longer identical, that there are, in other words, in principle two independent conflict fronts. Outside the enterprise, the manager may be a mere citizen, the worker a member of parliament. Their industrial class position no longer determines their authority position in the political society. According to this assumption, it is by no means true that the relation to the instruments of production decides the issue of class dominance, of power and privilege in society. Political authority is, rather, allocated independent of a man's industrial authority position. Moreover, this holds increasingly as within industry the separation of ownership and control increases, and as the more universal capitalists are replaced by managers. It was the intention of this analysis to push the theory of institutional isolation of industrial conflict to the point at which testable hypotheses can be formulated. Since no quantity of empirical data, however large, is capable of verifying these hypotheses, it seems sensible to present them for criticism and, perhaps, refutation by empirical research. As long as they are not refuted, we may maintain that in post-capitalist society the associations of industry and society have to be understood as discrete universes of class conflict. Wage labor and capital, the industrial classes of capitalist society, determine the social conflicts of industry even today as labor and management, or trade unions and employers' associations, although the forms of these conflicts have been subject to many a change in the last 100 years. The fronts of social conflict, however, can no longer be extrapolated by merely extending the lines of industrial conflict beyond the boundaries of industry. Neither is capital extended into the bourgeoisie, the ruling class, nor wage labor extended into the proletariat, the subjected class, of post-capitalist society in its political aspect. Rather, this is a problem for separate investigation. Industrial conflict, trends and counter-trends. The history of industrial conflict provides illustrations and examples for most of the patterns and types suggested by the theory of group conflict in imperatively coordinated associations. These illustrations and examples are all the more interesting, since the protagonists of industrial conflict have in many ways remained the same throughout industrial development. We have seen that both capital and labor underwent a process of decomposition in the course of the last 100 years. The unified capitalist class of the time of Marx dissolved into various elements, such as the managers, the mere owners, the finance capitalists. The homogeneous working class of 100 years ago evolved within itself new lines of differentiation according to skill, income, prestige. Both classes were extended and complicated by the emergence of a new middle stratum of bureaucrats and white-collar workers. However, all these developments have modified the authority structure of the industrial enterprise but slightly. There still are employers and employees, entrepreneurs and workers, and management and labor are even today the quasi-groups underlying the organizations that carry on the dynamics of the social development of industry. But the modes of their interrelations have changed in many ways since the time the Luddites in England fought their alienation by trying to break machines in isolated factories, or even since the time when a hired police force of management tried to disperse workers on strike by force. For one thing, the violence of industrial conflict has diminished considerably. This is due, in the first place, to the very fact of organization of the conflicting parties. Secondly, trade unions and employers' associations have established an often intricate system of routines of conflict regulation. Before they have recourse to violent manifestations of conflict, they meet to discuss their claims, they call in a mediator and, perhaps, an arbitrator. In short, they try to settle their disagreements by talking rather than fighting. This reduction of violence has been greatly helped by improvements in the standard of living of the workers. In most of the countries that might today be described as post-capitalist societies, absolute deprivation on the part of industrial labor gave way, early in this century, to relative deprivation, so that the cost of victory or defeat in conflict decreased. There is a peculiar dialectics in the fact that this reduction of violence is both cause and effect of the institutionalization of industrial conflict. By forming organizations and defending their claims, management and labor have been able to introduce changes which in turn help their chances of peacefully settling disputes. With the violence, although for different reasons, the intensity of industrial conflict has decreased also. Here, the dissociation of patterns that were superimposed in capitalist society is crucial. Above all, in contemporary societies industrial conflict and political conflict are no longer identical. The protagonists, issues, and patterns of industrial conflict make for a discrete set of social relations. Industrial conflict has been severed from the antagonisms that divide political society, it is carried on in relative isolation. In many countries, this dissociation of formerly superimposed patterns has also occurred with respect to the relations between class conflict and other types of conflict, and with respect to the relations between authority position and social status. Characteristically, the social status of a skilled man devoid of authority is higher than that of a low-level bureaucrat who participates, if in a distant way, in the exercise of managerial authority. We have not here analyzed the incidence of social mobility between the classes in industry. However, what little data we have suggests strongly that there is a great deal of exchange between the classes in industry, between, as well as within, generations. Industry is, of course, by no means classless, but there is enough mobility to suggest that from this point of view, too, the intensity of conflict has diminished rather than increased. The conclusion that the energies invested in industrial conflict by management and labor in post-capitalist society are rather smaller than 100 years ago is confirmed, moreover, by numerous surveys showing a steadily decreasing interest and participation in union affairs on the part of labor. Diminishing intensity and violence of conflict have their effect on the modes of structure change in industry. They would suggest that sudden as well as radical changes are largely absent on the contemporary scene. Changes of conditions and structures occur gradually and remain piecemeal. In part, they take the form of penetration of the ruling groups by members of the subjected groups, but more often what happens in industry is that interests of labor are accepted by management and made part of the existing structure. In the foregoing analysis, I have confined myself to indicating such developments as point in the direction of decreasing intensity and violence. As always in social affairs, however, development is by no means unilinear. There are undoubtedly counter-trends, also, and our analysis is not intended to suggest that all trouble in industry is past. For one thing, it is never possible simply to extrapolate social developments. The fact that industrial conflict has become less violent and intense in the last century does not justify the inference that it will continue to do so. On the contrary, experience shows that in the history of specific conflicts more and less violent, more and less intense periods follow each other in unpredictable rhythms. It is certainly conceivable that the future has more intense and violent conflicts in store. To some extent there are already indications of such a development. I have tried to show that not all changes introduced in order to regulate industrial conflict have been well conceived. The German shop council and co-determination systems block rather than open channels of expression of conflicting interests. It would not be surprising if these ineffective modes of regulation should lead to new and at first uncontrolled outbreaks of violence. Indeed, it would, from the point of view of conflict theory, be surprising if this did not happen. Moreover, the institutionalization of trade unions brings with it that phenomenon which Michael so aptly described as the iron law of oligarchy, i.e., the stabilization of an unequal authority distribution within the unions. This, again, promotes a new type of conflict, intra-union conflict, and one for which wildcat strikes already provide some evidence. It is hard to see how trade unions propose to check this development. Finally, there is always, of course, the possibility that totalitarian forms of government will interfere with the industrial order and change its patterns of conflict. It will be evident to the reader that most of the analysis of the present chapter presupposes a democratic political system. Once this system is abolished, a new situation arises inside as well as outside industry, a system that promotes extremely intense and violent conflicts. Whatever trends toward reduction of violence and intensity of conflict there may be in the industry of post-capitalist society, there are counter-trends also, and it is hard, if not impossible, to derive predictions in that sphere from the analysis of this chapter. Vil. Classes in post-capitalist society. It. Political conflict. How people see society. Few people, sociologists or otherwise, deny that there still are conflicts in industry. Wage claims, demands for a share in management, strikes and lockouts are too clearly in evidence to be argued away. But there are many people who claim that so far as political life in post-capitalist society is concerned, issues and lines of division other than class have become far more important for an understanding of society. Where this is argued, half-truths are usually intermingled with untruths. It is said that the problems of industry no longer concern every citizen. This is true, but it does not mean that there are no longer issues that divide the political community. It is said that political parties have become more and more similar in their programs. This is true, but it does not mean that they have become interchangeable either from the point of view of the voter or from that of policy. It is said that people no longer respond to ideologies. This is true, but it does not mean that they have no divergent convictions. At the bottom of such arguments there is often a vague assertion to the effect that by comparison with their attitude during the golden or gruesome age of capitalism, the people have changed their attitudes, views, and outlook on society. It is said that people no longer look at society in terms of divisions and antagonisms but now judge everybody on his merits from the point of view of a happy cooperative whole, and that sociologists who insist on cleavages and conflict merely again stir up troubles that have just been overcome. This assertion, to be sure, is not a half-truth but an untruth. Since it refers to people's feelings, however, rather than to sociological interpretations of reality, it is both necessary and appropriate that we begin our analysis of political conflict in contemporary societies with a look at some studies that are explicitly concerned with ascertaining how people see society. Discussion of these studies will link the sociological aspects of our problem with its psychological dimension and, at the same time, add some color and verisimilitude to statements which as assertions, assumptions, and hypotheses remain by necessity vague, abstract, and, perhaps, unconvincing. I have indicated earlier at which points the sociological analysis of conflict may be fruitfully and legitimately supplemented by psychological data. I have then emphasized what I again affirm here, that psychological evidence does not and cannot provide a conclusive test for our theory. Primarily, our theory refers not to what people think but to what they do, and while it may often be difficult to separate the two, the validity of our theory is in no way dependent on whether a representative sample thinks it is valid. The data to be discussed in this section illustrate some points of our theory. They are suggestive of further problems. They help to round off the picture of conflict in post-capitalist society presented here, but they must not be understood as either confirming or refuting the theory of conflict or any of its derivations. Between the scientific explanation and the popular view of a phenomenon there remains a gap which is hard to bridge. With respect to the question of how people see society, we are today in the fortunate position of having at our disposal a number of competent studies which provide suggestive and comparable data for various countries. Of these, I have singled out four that seem to me of particular import, those of Centers in the United States, Popitz and Associates in Germany, Williner in French Switzerland, and Hoggart in Britain. Although these studies have been conducted almost entirely independently of each other, their authors formulate the object of their research in surprisingly similar terms. Above all, there are two notions that come up in most of them, namely, those of class and of images of society. These studies are, in other words, directly to the point of our own investigation. Although similar in subject, these four studies differ in their techniques of investigation and methods of interpretation. Centers presents and briefly interprets the quantified findings of a questionnaire survey. Williner used a questionnaire also, but an open-ended one. His more varied findings are quantified and interpreted. The study of Popitz and his team is based on depth interviews following a general schema. In his interpretation, Popitz largely avoids quantitative conclusions and instead presents a brilliant discussion. Hoggart's study, finally, is of a different kind altogether. It is an outstanding impressionistic account of what the author himself calls aspects of working class life, based on intimate personal knowledge but evidently entirely qualitative. In all cases, we shall confine ourselves in the following discussion to presenting in a summary fashion a small selection of the findings and conclusions, those that are relevant for the progress of our own investigation. One of the first conclusions reached by these studies is that, by and large, people do have an image of society. In a sense, this is perhaps not very surprising. The need to assess one's place in the world is presumably an existential need. It includes the necessity to place oneself in the social universe of reference. At the same time, though in general there exists an image of society, this does not come about merely as a matter of course, nor is it easily or precisely defined for the individual. However vague or stereotyped this image may be, it requires some considerable effort of reflection and of dissociation from one's most personal sphere. Let us look at how a man who lacks such reflection views the world. Popitz reports the case of a roll caster in a steel works who, in his opinion, has no image of society. I do not think that far. I always say, after us the deluge. The foremen do that, and the engineers and employers. Codetermination. Has that been carried out? I have very little interest in that. This is certainly a pathetic statement, but should we not expect to find it often? It would seem that in fact it is anything but commonplace to find that people have by and large a fairly articulate view of the society in which they live. A second uniform finding of the four studies in question is that people's images of society differ, and that such differences as there are not random. Popitz and Williner each distinguish 6 types of approach. Those of Williner are directly related to problems of social stratification and class structure. According to him, people see society in terms of socio-economic categories, socio-occupational categories, a dichotomy of dependence, class struggle, social prestige, or political categories. Popitz's classification of types is more general. According to the dominant idea in different images of society, he distinguishes static order, progressive order, dichotomy as collective fate, dichotomy as individual conflict, reform of the social order, class struggle. In both studies, the notion of society torn by class strife was found to be of but minor importance. 10% of those interviewed by Williner and 1% of those interviewed by Popitz still adhered to this idea. The data presented by Centers and Hogarth do not allow a comparison here. Williner and Popitz agree, however, that their 6 types may be further reduced to 2 basic images of society which underlie the empirical variety found. Here, Centers' work may be adduced also. As we have done in this study, Centers distinguishes strictly between social strata and social classes, between a static and a dynamic view of society. For Centers, as for us, this is a theoretical decision. However, the studies of Popitz and Williner show that this decision is reproduced in the views different people have of society. Strata, states Williner, amply the image of a continuity. Whereas classes indicate antagonistic groups, and he adds that, on the basis of his findings relating to this distinction, there can be no doubt that there are fundamental differences between the image of individuals situated at the top of the social scale and those situated at the bottom. More precisely, the inferior categories of respondents predominantly respond in terms of social classes rather than strata. Conversely, the respondents of superior categories have a tendency of referring more frequently to strata than to classes. This conclusion bears a striking similarity to that of Popitz when he expresses the notions of class and stratum by the terms dichotomy and hierarchy. All workers with whom we have spoken and who develop an image of society in the sense of our definition at all see society as a dichotomy, incontrovertible or subject to change, unbridgeable or susceptible of mediation by partnership. By contrast, the white-collar man knows a top that is above him, and a bottom that is below him. He places himself in the middle, and develops a remarkably acute sense of distinction and of social gradations. One may assume, therefore, that he sees society not as a dichotomy like the industrial worker, but as a hierarchy. In these views, our 2 models of society reappear. The continuity of a hierarchical system of stratification represents order and integration. There may be problems and strains, but there are no deep cleavages in society thus conceived. By contrast, the antagonisms of a dichotomous structure of class evoke the ideas of conflict, dissensus, and coercion. But, in the empirical findings of Popitz and Williner, these views are not complementary approaches to the same object. To be sure, even here they are not contradictory. But they are held by different people. Those above visualize society as a comparatively ordered continuous hierarchy of positions, those below are, above all, struck by the gap between them and the others. Several interpretations of this strange and important fact are possible. In terms of our theory of conflict, however, it would seem that the dominant groups of society express their comparative gratification with existing conditions inter alia by visualizing and describing these conditions as ordered and reasonable. Subjected groups, on the other hand, tend to emphasize the cleavages that in their opinion account for the deprivations they feel. At least potentially, there is an ideological element in the models of society distinguished by us and, apparently, by people generally. The integration model, the hierarchical image, lends itself as an ideology of satisfaction and conservation. The coercion model, the dichotomous image, provides an expression for dissatisfaction and the wish to change the status quo. Even at a time at which revolutionary ideologies of the Marxist type have lost their grip on workers everywhere, there remains an image of society which, in its political consequences, is incompatible with the more harmonious image of those above, whether they be called capitalists, ruling class, or even middle class. Little need be added about the hierarchical image of society as expressed predominantly by middle-class people. It is, clearly, derived from the notion of a bureaucratic hierarchy in which everybody has his defined place both above and below others. The whole is an ordered, well-organized system in which one can rise but not fall, and which has an accepted, institutionalized scale of symbols, titles, statuses. Such conflicts as are recognized are individual, highly personal conflicts, and all other cleavages are banned from consciousness as unpleasant also realities. As against this, even the more stereotyped versions of the dichotomous image of society are rather more colorful. From the studies under discussion it would seem that there are, in many languages, simple but descriptive terms by which to characterize the two sides of the dichotomy, them and us in Britain, Cir qui sunt en haut and en bas in Switzerland, die da oben and wir hier unten in Germany. These are expressions that belong to the stock in trade of working class language. This is, for example, what some of the workers interviewed by Popitz had to say about codetermination. One can always corrupt the workers' representatives. Where there is money, there is power. And if the workers' representatives have really pushed through a decision, one can twist its execution in such a way that nothing comes of it. They don't want others to look at their cards. If they ever go in for codetermination, then to their own advantage, for the worker as much co-responsibility and as little codetermination as possible. We have nothing to codetermine. That is determined by management. What they say, will be done, and that is that. All that is just talk. We have nothing to codetermine. It's beer managed by the unions, and if anybody codetermines, it is at best the union secretaries and bosses. They up there don't care anyway. Hogarth summarized the attitude apparent from these statements in a splendid selection of stereotypes. They are the people at the top, the higher ups, the people who give you your dole, call you up, tell you to go to war, fine you, made you split the family in the 30s to avoid a reduction in the means test allowance, get you in the end, aren't really to be trusted, talk posh, are all twisters really, never tell you out, clap your and clink, will do Y down if they can. Summons your, are all in a clique together, treat Y like muck. The criteria of distinction between the two groups that make up the dichotomy of society are varied. Hogarth's list of idioms carries a strong connotation of resentment of authority, so that differences of power might indeed appear to mark the dividing line between them and us. Them is the world of the bosses, whether those bosses are private individuals or, as is increasingly the case today, public officials. Williner emphasizes the criterion of power also, but he adds others. Certain interviewees conceive essentially two classes, the salaried and the non-salaried, in other words those who are dependent and those who are independent. To this may be added the formula those who work and those who do not work, which is given more rarely with the same meaning. Popitz again stresses the importance of the stereotype alternative of power and impotency, but regards another criterion as equally significant, the dichotomy between manual and non-manual labor. This dichotomy is, for Popitz, closely related to the formula Williner encountered among his respondents. Even very intelligent workers who make a point of judging white-collar people justly and who concede that there have to be such people, too, remain mistrustful in one respect: it seems extremely questionable to them whether white-collar people really work. White-collar work lacks publicity, it is not susceptible of the same kind of control as manual work, it is not as visibly work, and a line is drawn between those who do visible and those who do invisible work. In this question of criteria for social dichotomies, the study of centers is also relevant, for, although he did not intend to do so, centers also found, in effect, that for most people society consists of but two classes, the middle class and the working class. 94% of his original interview population assigned themselves to these two classes. Among the criteria of distinction between these classes, centers found beliefs and attitudes, family, and money most prominent. But, like Williner, centers emphasizes, to the members of the working class the most important criterion of middle class membership after money or income is the ownership of a small business, profession, or trade, in sum, being an independent operator or proprietor of some kind. By contrast, it cannot help but strike one as highly significant that the most distinctive criterion given for membership in the working class is working for a living. Degree. Not surprisingly, Centers, much like Popitz and Williner, concludes that the effect is to make the white-collar work versus manual work and salaried work versus wage work dichotomies both important bases for class distinction in virtue of their importance as criteria for working class affiliation, and the psychological effect is to push white-collar workers toward identification with the middle class. However, all four authors stress the fact that these criteria of distinction do not permit of an entirely unequivocal identification of all persons and occupations as middle class or working class, above or below. The studies seem to agree that the dividing line between them and us runs somewhere through the group of salaried employees. The class position of office workers seems also registered to be an equivocal one, for they are claimed almost as often by working class people as they are by the middle class. The difficulty of assigning them to class membership appears thus no less a one with the members of actual classes than it has been to social scientists. Williner thinks that by the below most people mean wage-earning as well as salaried employees, but I think more probable Popitz and Hoggart's suggestion that in people's minds the phenomenon of social distance is crucial for distinguishing between them and us. According to Popitz, the foremen and immediate supervisors of industry, whose work is visible to most workers, are usually counted among the working class, and above begins with the shop supervisors and the shop councillors and union secretaries, for these no longer belong. According to Hoggart, for the worker the world of them begins even earlier, so, when working class people are asked to become foremen or N.C.os they often hesitate. Whatever their motives, they will be regarded now as on the side of them. It will be well to remember, in the following analysis, that for those who visualize society as dichotomous, the upper part of the dichotomy begins not far from the bottom layer of social stratification and includes all those who have even a minimal share in the exercise of authority. Whatever changes may have occurred in the last 100 years, the idea that there is a fundamental division of society into haves and have-nots, above and below, them and us is still a force in the minds of many people. One might be tempted to think that the dichotomous image of society is a relic of Marxism or, more generally, of the conditions of early capitalism and their interpretation. However, Ossowski has shown that the dichotomous view of social stratification as an essay of his is entitled is both older and more general than capitalism. The spatial metaphor, which represents society as an aggregate of men of which some are above and others below, belongs to those images which do not lose their pertinence in the course of the centuries and which, as the history of cultures seems to prove, impose themselves to the imagination. Ossowski follows this image through the myths and religions of mankind, through literature and philosophy. Three aspects of the social dichotomy run like a thread through its many manifestations: the divisions into rulers and ruled, rich and poor, those for whom one works, and those who work. We might feel inclined to replace, in the medieval English quatrain, the word God by society and thereby take the worst sting out of the dichotomy, but its substance remains essentially true even today: the rich man in his castle, the poor man at his gate, God made them high or lowly, and ordered their estate. The assertion that a dichotomous image of society is an archetype of human understanding cannot, of course, be supported by the evidence presented in this section. Rather, there would seem cause for qualifying the conclusions already drawn. We have seen earlier that not everybody has an image of society at all. There are people who get along with a minimum of reflection on matters beyond the immediate horizon. Of those who have an image of society, only a few visualize society as a dichotomous entity. If one breaks down people's views by their own occupational or class position, there are indications of deviance from the point of view of class theory. Workers rank themselves as middle class, white-collar people profess a dichotomous image of society. There are problematic groups that are not easily placed in terms of the dichotomy, such as salaried employees and farmers. Finally, the consequences people draw from their images of society differ greatly. Centers believes that the top occupational strata are marked by their adherence to the status quo in the order of politico-economic relations. In contrast, the lowest occupational groups are distinguished by their lack of support of the status quo and by their endorsement of views clearly radical in character. Plausible as this sounds, it is as much a direct derivation from Center's theory as it is a summary of evidence. Very likely, Popitz is closer to the truth in concluding that the consciousness of workers may still admit to itself and to others that industrial workers have their own interests which are in conflict with those of others, but that there are also many phenomena, both social and personal, that make workers hesitant to draw pronouncedly radical political conclusions from their dichotomous image of society. This is confirmed by Glantz, who found in an independent empirical study in the United States that a latent tendency towards radicalism undoubtedly exists among some workers, but there is little or no historical evidence to indicate that it has recently been developing into a conscious ideology. Ossowski has shown that the dichotomous image of society may be activated into an ideology of political conflict, but it is as such no more than an interpretation of the social world. As a way of seeing society, however, the dichotomous view is a solid and, probably, powerful social fact. It may lend itself toward giving additional force to the considerations offered in this study. In a way, it provides a second foothold for our analysis of post-capitalist society. On the one hand, there are the suggestions and assumptions derived from the theory of conflict; on the other hand, there are indications and problems furnished by the findings of systematic empirical observation. In any case, these findings dispose of the half-truths and untruths mentioned at the outset of this section. That from one point of view society presents a dichotomous image, an image of conflict and dissensus, is by no means an invention of sociologists imposed on a basically harmonious and cooperative social reality. The dichotomies of post-capitalist society may have little to do with those asserted by Marx. There is no disagreement here between sociological and public opinion. But there still are dichotomies, and they are very real to those who experience society in terms of them. Here, as elsewhere, sociological analysis is more than a disengaged and non-committal exercise of the mind. It is an attempt to explain rationally and systematically those facts which to men in society are real stumbling blocks on their path. The authority structure of the political state, an imperatively coordinated association, will be called political association if and so far as the enforcement of its order is carried out continually within a given territorial area by the application and threat of physical force on the part of the administrative staff. More precisely, Weber defines the state by its monopoly of power within a given territory. Both these definitions are not altogether without their difficulties. At first sight it would seem that the state, conceived as an imperatively coordinated association, is inclusive of all other associations of society, since every citizen has a place within it. In other words, whereas industrial enterprises, churches, and armies are clearly delimited from each other and from other associations by a definite personnel, the state is an aspect of the total society which, it might appear, is impossible to isolate and to contrast with associations within it. However, this appearance is demonstrably deceptive. It is inaccurate to say that all men in a given territorial area belong to the state. They do so only as incumbents of one position and role, namely, that of citizen. Strictly speaking, the association of the political state is an organization of roles. The empirical priority of its structure and dynamics cannot be derived from an assumption that it is, by definition or theory, more inclusive than other such organizations. What some social scientists refer to as the polity is a unit of social analysis strictly equivalent to an industrial enterprise, a church, or an army. For each of these associations we may ask how its structure generates conflicts, how these conflicts are patterned, and what changes result from them. Thus the state, like the enterprise, has a structure of authority relations. There are in it positions and persons endowed with the right to issue authoritative commands, and there are other positions and persons subjected to them. The state is an association like others, churches, trade unions, and the rest. It differs from them in that membership is compulsory upon all who live within its territorial ambit, and that it can, in the last resort, enforce its obligations upon its subjects. But its moral character is no different from that of any other association. It exacts loyalty upon the same grim condition that a man exacts loyalty from his friends. The important point to emphasize here is that in the state, as in industry, authority is exercised by certain persons by virtue of their positions. There has been a considerable amount of opinion in recent years to the effect that in post-capitalist society political authority, as it existed in most or all earlier forms of social organization, has been depersonalized and in that sense abolished. In interpreting the findings of Popit's reported above, Skolsky states, but the substance of this dualistic understanding of society begins to change markedly. Whereas we means more and more clearly those who do the same work with me here, the opposite pole is increasingly identified not with capitalists or the bourgeois, but with the anonymous forces of all kinds of large bureaucratic organization and its functionaries. The fallacy implicit in this statement reminds one both of Renner and of Riesman, who, each in his own way, also assert the disappearance of traditional authority. As we have seen earlier, Renner believes that in post-capitalist society the rule of the few has been replaced by the rule of the law or the general will. This general will defines the goal of society and of the economy, and all functionaries pass from the service of masters to the service of the whole. This general will is the law. Of course, laws have to be executed, but this is a matter of institutions which are organized exclusively according to economic technical standards. In other words, objective forces have taken the place of ruling groups. Riesman's conclusions are a little more cautious. But when he speaks of the thinning extremes of those who were once leaders and led, when he refers to the amorphous distribution of power in contemporary society, when he asserts that while it may take leadership to start things running, or to stop them, very little leadership is needed once things are underway, he is not far from the theory that the personalized authority of a ruling class is a thing of the past. Power in America seems to me situational and mercurial. It resists attempts to locate it the way a molecule, under the Heisenberg principle, resists attempts simultaneously to locate it and time its velocity. There is a trace of Hegelianism in the conceptions of Skolsky, Renner, and Riesman, and we shall have to reject them. In the first place, it is not very prudent to render the analysis of problems unnecessarily difficult by destroying the tools which are necessary for its successful accomplishment. If we want to investigate changes in the distribution and character of political authority, we do well to hold on to this concept. The modern state, for practical purposes, consists of a relatively small number of persons who issue and execute orders which affect a large number in whom they are themselves included. The important clause in this definition of Lasky's is that it is useful for practical purposes. Lasky was well aware that a view such as this has at least the supreme merit of realism. It admits that acts emanate from persons, and it insists that those persons are subject to the scrutiny of their fellow citizens. Even in order merely to describe problems connected with the authority structure of the state, we have to be able to identify this structure as one of super and subordination of persons in their capacity as incumbents of social positions. This approach seems realistic in a second sense, too. The statement that the force of the law has replaced the authority of persons provokes the question, why was there this difference in other societies? The notions of anonymous ruling forces or of a society that runs itself seem to document no more than that it is difficult, or that Skolsky and Reisman find it difficult, to identify the seat of political authority in post-capitalist societies. But does this mean that there is no authority? Does it mean that there are no persons who, by virtue of their positions, are entitled and expected to make authoritative decisions? It seems to me that a Hegelian reification of the state as liberty incarnate is required in order to answer these questions in the affirmative. Can there be any doubt that there still are governments, parliaments, and courts of law in the contemporary world? And since this is obviously an entirely rhetorical question, can there be any doubt that cabinet ministers, members of parliament, and judges lend their authority to decisions that affect the lives of those subjected to them? If there is any truth in attempts to dispute the continued presence of political authority in the contemporary world, it is in the empirical generalization that many people find it hard to name and, perhaps, identify those above. But surely it is not the task of the sociologist to hypostasize the confusions of public opinion into ambiguities of social structure itself. However we may eventually describe and delimit the ruling class of the polity of post-capitalist society, we maintain that the presence of an unequal distribution of political authority over persons as incumbents of positions is both a useful assumption and a descriptive fact. Furthermore, most of the elements of the authority structure of the polity are easily identified and clearly visible to anybody. There is, in the first place, the large quasi-group of those who have no share in the exercise of political authority. They may be described as the mere citizens, 1.e, those who occupy no political position other than that common to all members of the polity. It is a characteristic feature of political conflict in post-capitalist society that even the bottom of its authority structure is not entirely deprived of rights. A citizen is not only eligible for political office, he has, above all, the right to vote, and the act of voting may be described as an exercise of control over others. Legitimacy was, in all societies, a necessary requisite of the exercise of authority. In modern democracies, the presumption of legitimacy has been converted into a continuous process of legitimation through regular elections and, in some cases, plebiscites. It may therefore be argued that no citizen of a democratic state is entirely powerless with respect to its political affairs. However, despite this basic power common to all, a clear line can be drawn between those who enjoy nothing but this minimum and those who are in the position to exercise regularly control over the life chances of others by issuing authoritative decisions. The citizens of a democratic state are not a suppressed class, but they are a subjected class, or quasi-group, and as such they constitute the dynamic element in political conflict. By contrast to mere citizens, members of the three classical branches of government have authority and, therefore, constitute the quasi-group of those in domination. There is, first, the legislative branch. De jure if not de facto T is, in most present-day advanced societies, embodied in parliaments, chambers of deputies, houses of representatives, and the like. Deputies, representatives, members of parliament belong, by virtue of their position, to the ruling quasi-group of the polity. Strictly speaking, however, this does not hold for all members of parliament in a given situation, only those members represent a more or less permanent part of the authority structure of the state who belong either to the majority party or to those parties which make up a governing coalition. Opposition members also have some degree of authority by virtue of their parliamentary position. They may sanction decisions of the government in power, assent to, or even inaugurate legislation and thereby exercise authoritative control, but theirs is an authority that might legitimately be described as situational. Members of the parliamentary opposition exercise authority only if and when they are in agreement with the majority or convince the majority to agree with them. Otherwise, they represent the interests of those excluded from domination. By contrast to members of the parliamentary majority, they do not, by virtue of their positions, permanently belong to the ruling quasi-group of the polity. Obviously, this subtle distinction is blurred in reality by relations of personal influence, complications of specific situations, and, above all, by the implications of a representative system in which group interests are regularly, and sometimes institutionally, represented by non-parliamentary organizations. We shall turn to these and other complications presently. As far as the judiciary branch of government is concerned, delimitation of mere citizens and carriers of authority presents least difficulty, although here, too, a situational element of the exercise of authority is not absent. In the first place, the judiciary consists of all positions and persons who are permanently in the service of the state in order to enforce, and sometimes modify, the law, legal advisors, judges on all levels, public prosecutors. To these are added the two groups solicitors and juries whose authority is confined to specific situations and who cannot therefore as such be included in the ruling quasi-group of the polity. To refer to the judiciary as part of the ruling class is of course a somewhat doubtful way to express this idea. I do not mean to imply a Marxian view of the legal system as an incarnation of the ideology of the ruling class. Rather, the position of the judiciary would seem to be somewhat similar to that of the bureaucracy in that both are branches of government without being the seat of particular interests except for a vague general orientation to uphold the status quo. In other words, the judiciary need not be conceived of as a militant part of the dominant conflict group of the polity, but its members are in the position to exercise control over others. They are therefore placed on the plus side of the zero-sum distribution of authority in the state. Finally, the executive branch represents an integral part of the dominant positions in the political state. Executive positions are, above all, government positions. Cabinet ministers and secretaries of state constitute the visible expression of the chief executive, and by virtue of this fact they are rightly considered the real exponents of political authority. But the executive complex of the modern state extends beyond the members of a cabinet. It includes a large number of positions which might be described as those of white-collar employees. And it is these positions that require our special attention in an analysis of political conflict in post-capitalist society. Bureaucratic roles and political authority. Even in his definition of the political association, Max Weber referred to the administrative staff as executor and instrument of authority. An administrative staff can today be found in all three branches of government. There are bureaucrats associated with the legislative, with the judiciary, and with the executive, although their number is probably greatest in the various branches of the executive. Bureaucracies are moreover characteristic not only of the political system but also of all other institutional orders and associations of post-capitalist society. We have already seen that the rapid growth of an industrial bureaucracy introduced new elements into the patterns of conflict in industry. The analysis of the class position of bureaucracies presented in this section applies, therefore, to the administrative staff of all associations. Its immediate reference, however, is to the authority structure of the political state. It is perhaps appropriate to recall at this point that in our survey of historical developments in the last 100 years we have divided the large group usually referred to as white-collar or new middle class into two distinct parts. One of these, that of white-collar workers, clearly belongs to the subjected quasi-groups of imperatively coordinated associations. There are of course white-collar workers in the service of the state also. In many countries, railway and post office employees, workers in public enterprises and municipal utilities, etc., have salaried or even civil service status. The following discussion, however, is concerned not with these occupations and persons whose class position is unambiguous, but with bureaucrats of all levels, i.e., with those salaried white-collar employees whose position places them on a step of the ladder of administrative jobs. What is their position in political conflict? Are they, as administrators of the means of industrial authority, a part, or even the whole of the ruling class? Or are they, as dependent, often subordinate salaried employees, an element of the subjected class? There are few subjects which have been dealt with as thoroughly and extensively by sociologists as that of bureaucracy. True, most investigations are not explicitly related to the problem of class, but they are no less useful in our context for this restriction. More than elsewhere in this study we can fall back, here, on studies by other authors and claim empirical verisimilitude for our conclusions. Bureaucratic organizations differ from industrial organizations in one important point. Whereas the authority structure of industrial organizations ipso facto defines the borderline that divides the two aggregates of those in positions of dominance and those in positions of subjection, and whereas industrial organizations are in this sense dichotomous, bureaucratic organizations typically display continuous gradations of competence and authority and are hierarchical. Within dichotomous organizations class conflict is possible, within hierarchical organizations it is not. This difference has an important consequence for the definition of bureaucratic roles. Insofar as bureaucratic roles are defined in the context of a career hierarchy, they do not generate a conflict of interests with other bureaucratic roles. Tensions within bureaucratic role structures arise characteristically from frustrations of expected opportunities, from blocked or once-for-all mobility. If, for example, there are in a bureaucratic hierarchy several points of entry which divide the total career into subsections separated by insurmountable barriers, these tensions may of course lead to social conflicts also, i.e., to conflicts between groups. However, one of the distinctive features of bureaucratic role structures is the principle of competition between individuals, and the psychological strains and tensions resulting from it. Structural conflicts based on latent antagonisms of interest in the sense of class theory are absent from bureaucratic organizations by virtue of their hierarchical character. This means that all incumbents of bureaucratic roles in the association of political society belong on the same side of the fence that divides the positions of dominance from those of subjection. Since a break such as generates class conflict cannot be demonstrated within bureaucratic structures, it follows that bureaucracies stand in their entirety either on the side of dominance or on that of subjection, no matter how differentiated bureaucratic roles may be according to qualification, status, and sphere of authority. It is hardly necessary to emphasize that it would be nonsensical to describe the roles of political bureaucracy in their entirety as roles of subjection. At least the highest civil servants are unequivocally bearers of political authority, and what is true for the highest civil servants is also true in accordance with the premise just introduced for all other employees of political administration. Bureaucratic roles are roles of political dominance. Their definition includes certain latent interests which aim at the maintenance of existing institutions and valid values. The incumbents of bureaucratic roles are members of one and the same ruling quasi-group. At this point the analytical value of a rigidly formulated theory of delegation becomes apparent. The development which Weber described as one of socialization of authority relations has made for a division of labor of the total process of the exercise of authority. Like the division of labor in industrial production, this has led to the creation of numerous specialist positions, every one of which bears but slight traces of the process of which it is a part. Who produces the car in an automobile factory? The director? The fitter? The foreman? The typist? Every one of these questions has to be answered in the negative, and one might therefore be tempted to conclude that nobody produces the car at all. Yet the car is being produced, and we can certainly identify people who do not participate in its production. In relation to authority, both industrial and political, we encounter a strictly analogous situation. Nobody in particular seems to exercise the authority, and yet authority is exercised, and we can identify people who do not participate in its exercise. Thus the superficial impression of subordination in many minor bureaucratic roles must not deceive us. All bureaucratic roles are defined with reference to the total process of the exercise of authority to which they contribute to whatever small extent. Differentiation of spheres of authority permits of manifold gradations, but the possession of authority itself does not. The strange structural state emerging for these reasons in post-capitalist society has been described by Weber as a leveling of the ruled vis-a-vis the ruling, bureaucratically differentiated group. While the mere citizens, those excluded from political authority, are in this respect a uniform group, the ruling class presents an image of far-reaching hierarchical differentiation. It is clear that this type of analysis of the class position of clerks and bureaucrats confirms the subjective experience of people described earlier in this chapter, where we have seen that for many ordinary citizens and workers the world of above or them begins with the white-collar employee. Being dressed up to go to work, sitting down to work, having it cushy, pushing pens, being boss's men, being one of them up there, from whom orders come and authority emanates, are terms which working men frequently use of office workers, irrespective of their actual positions in the office hierarchy. The fact that white-collar people do not usually regard themselves as being on top or upper class, far from contradicting the attitude of those below, adds a further element which we have here discussed. The very nature of bureaucratic organization makes everybody feel that although some are below him, there are also others above, so that he is in the middle. Whatever the ruling class of post-capitalist society may be, it seems probable that it will tend to deny its own rule on account of its internal differentiation, which places every one of its members between two others. However, while this internal differentiation of the ruling class complicates the situation, sociological analysis and people's class consciousness converge in the conclusion that the clerk is the man on the other side of the desk who is somehow associated with authority. According to Weber's conception, which, more recently, has been adopted and further elaborated by Bendix, bureaucracy has not only a share but a monopoly of political authority. In support of this thesis, both sociologists refer, above all, to the monopoly of specialized expert knowledge on the part of bureaucracies, which makes their replacement as impossible as their effective control by others who invariably find themselves, in face of the schooled civil servant who stands in the process of administration, in the position of the dilettante vis-a-vis the expert. This monopoly position is further strengthened by the attributes characteristic of bureaucratic status, and by tenure, pension rights, and similar privileges. It would be misleading to think of bureaucracies as a ruling caste because of their monopoly of authority. A class becomes a caste only if entry to it remains, for many generations, an exclusive privilege of the children of its members. This is decidedly not the case in highly mobile advanced industrial societies. Nevertheless, the monopoly of authority founded in expert knowledge provides the incumbents of bureaucratic roles at any given time with a degree of exclusiveness which underlines their unity as members of the same quasi-group and may be conceived of as a condition of conscious solidarity. Does all this mean that the incumbents of bureaucratic roles in public administration are the ruling class of post-capitalist society? The attempt to answer this question reveals in the class position of bureaucracy a strange paradox which explains many otherwise incomprehensible modes of behavior of the clerk, the administrator, and the civil servant. The fact that bureaucratic organization is technically the most advanced instrument of power in the hands of those who control it does not as yet say anything about how forcefully the bureaucracy as such is capable of pushing through its conceptions within the social organization in question. Bendix states even more incisively, the bureaucracy is all-powerful and at the same time unable to determine how its power should be used. In other words, the bureaucratic monopoly of authority is a mere potential, mere possibility of authority without a structurally defined goal. Weber and Bendix have tried to explain this fact. Both of them argue that the indispensability of bureaucracies for the administration of the modern state has led to the development of a professional ethos, the dominant values of which are duty, service, and loyalty. In other words, values of subordination, not of autonomous domination. Bendix emphasizes, moreover, the significance of formal efficiency of administration for the definition of bureaucratic roles. Bureaucracies are oriented toward the smooth functioning of the machinery of administration irrespective of which interests are administrated according to which substantive principles. For bureaucracies, what exists is what exists at any given time, as an interchangeable constant it enters into the definition of bureaucratic roles. The so-called non-political civil service is an expression of this attitude. Its consequences, however, are manifold and highly significant for conflict analysis. First, by its monopoly of authority unaccompanied by independent substantive interests, the bureaucracy of the state is, so to say, the law of inertia of social development become real. Bureaucracies persist as a constant force in all changes of the personnel of leading political positions. Following Weber, Bendix has emphasized the impossibility, which has its cause here, of revolutions in bureaucratically governed states. Secondly, the trend toward purposive rationality and managerialism which is so characteristic for the ruling values in wide areas of post-capitalist society is embodied in bureaucracies and their formalism of orientation toward the how, not the what, of authority. Thirdly, the state administered by a bureaucracy functions almost without restriction even if political governments change rapidly, for the indispensability of bureaucracies makes these into ever-ready and ever-available regents or temporary plenipotentiaries of authority. Thus, a peculiar position must be assigned to bureaucracies in the light of the theory of conflict. Although they always belong to the ruling class, because bureaucratic roles are roles of dominance, bureaucracies as such never are the ruling class. Their latent interests aim at the maintenance of what exists, but what it is that exists is not decided by bureaucracies, but given to them. In two respects, and it will prove useful to separate these two aspects, the incumbents of bureaucratic roles are dependent on forces beyond them. First, their authority is borrowed or delegated authority which ultimately refers back to certain roles, endowed with most general authority, outside the orbit of bureaucracy. Although all commands are channeled, specified, perhaps adapted, and even modified by bureaucracies, these commands originate outside their hierarchy. Second, the interests which define the substance of their authority are also given to bureaucracies. These merely administer, by virtue of their delegated authority, general orientations which are conceived and formulated elsewhere and by others. Because of this double dependence, bureaucracy represents what might be called a political reserve army, a reserve army of authority. Domination without a bureaucracy is no longer possible, but domination merely by a bureaucracy is impossible, too. As a medium and instrument of domination, bureaucracy stands at the disposal of anybody who is called upon to control it. As a constant in political conflict, it accompanies and supports whatever group is in power by administering its interests and directives dutifully and loyally. It is, as Renner rightly says, a service class, defined by its service relation to authority. In the preceding remarks I have deliberately overstated my case a little. In actual fact, bureaucracies are by no means as powerless as our analysis might suggest. In a different context, it would be worth exploring the conditions of refusal of service by bureaucracies as well. As the structural consequences of the imminent conservatism of incumbents of bureaucratic roles. With respect to both these questions, Bendix has provided an approach in terms of the conditions and limits of bureaucratic autonomy. Many an insight into the regularities of social change in modern societies might be gained by further investigating these problems. Here, however, one final aspect of bureaucratic roles seems more important. Being incumbents of roles of dominance, the civil servants of public administration always belong to the ruling political quasi-group. However, being a reserve army of authority, the bureaucratic members of this quasi-group are not potential members of an interest group of those in power. For structural reasons, the process of class formation is always abortive in the case of bureaucracies. Their members are, by virtue of their positions, united by certain latent interests. Their manifest interests, however, are, again by virtue of their position, always derived from those of the group that represents the existing state of affairs and that controls bureaucracy. In principle, these manifest interests are therefore interchangeable, they change with changing ruling groups. In this sense, too, bureaucracies are merely a potential, they are, in a paradox, a class which can never be a class, a quasi-group whose path to organization is blocked by the social definition of the roles of its members. This does not mean, of course, that civil servants cannot have political convictions and become members of political parties. But it does mean that, as civil servants as incumbents of roles of dominance, that is they cannot consistently profess a definite set of manifest interests. The bureaucratic reserve army of authority is a mercenary army of class conflict, it is always in battle, but it is forced to place its strength in the service of changing masters and goals. The ruling class. Who, then, constitutes the ruling class of post-capitalist society? The attentive reader will have noticed that we have given at least part of the answer already, although this simple-sounding answer may not meet with his approval. Obviously, we have to look for the ruling class in those positions that constitute the head of bureaucratic hierarchies, among those persons who are authorized to give directives to the administrative staff. This head of the hierarchy, however, is clearly defined. It consists of precisely those positions in the three branches of government which we have described above as the top of the pyramid of authority in the polity. The clerk in a court of law, the parliamentary private secretary, and the office director in a ministry have delegated authority, they are bureaucrats. But the Speaker of Parliament, the Prime Minister, and the Supreme Court judge have immediate authority. Their decisions provide legitimation and substance to the work of the administrative staff. It is true that, in the constitutional state, judge, minister, and member of parliament are each responsible to somebody, too. Each is, in Lasky's words, subject to the scrutiny of their fellow citizens, either through representatives or directly through public opinion. But within the formal hierarchies of political authority they are the ones to whose roles attaches the expectation of authority, who make decisions binding upon all. In this sense, the leading positions of executive, legislative, and judiciary are the obvious places in which to look for the core of the ruling quasi-groups of the polity. I have said that this is obvious, and I should like to emphasize this point. It seems to me that one of the main shortcomings of analyses such as those by Burnham and Mills is that they do not pay enough attention to the evident seat of authority in the political state, and to its occupants. Managerial or capitalist elites may be extremely powerful groups in society, they may even exert partial control over governments and parliaments, but these very facts underline the significance of governmental elites. Whatever decisions are made either by or through them. Whatever changes are introduced or prevented, governmental elites are their immediate object or agent. Whatever conflicts occur in the political arena, the heads of the three branches of government are the exponents of the status quo. It is admittedly not sufficient to identify a ruling class solely in terms of a governmental elite, but it is necessary to think of this elite in the first place, and never to lose sight of its paramount position in the authority structure of the state. In this sense, I should agree with Reisman's point about the analysis of ruling classes in post-capitalist society. We cannot be satisfied with the answers given by Marx, Mosca, Michaels, Pareto, Weber, Veblen, or Burnham, though we can learn from all of them. Of course, this insistence on governmental elites as the core of the ruling class must be truly shocking to anybody thinking in Marxland terms, or, more generally, in terms of the traditional concept of class. To some extent, the apparent incompatibility of the traditional and of our notion of class will be bridged presently. Basically, however, it is important to recall at this point that the present study is concerned not with the concept of class and its current applicability, but with the problem of conflict in industrial society. I believe that the traditional concept of class may be incorporated as a special case into the analysis suggested here, but the concept as such is irrelevant to our discussion. If it sounds strange that cabinet ministers, judges, and members of parliament should be the exponents of a ruling class, this strangeness is, in my opinion, due to the strangeness of reality, and not to the faultiness of the approach proposed in this study. Ruling classes, in many countries today, no longer behave as their predecessors did in capitalist society. They are, for this reason, no less ruling classes or, if one prefers these terms, dominant groups in political conflicts. It is true, of course, that, much like bureaucracies, governmental elites provide but an incomplete description of any ruling class or dominant conflict group. Bureaucracies are heteronymous, they are therefore a reserve army of authority. Governments represent people and interests, they are therefore the exponents and not the whole of the ruling class. The phenomenon of representation, which complicates so many problems of political analysis in contemporary society, has two complementary aspects. First, governmental elites are the exponents of certain persons, the visible head of a body of men who through government have a share in authority. Cabinet members, judges, and members of parliament do not make up an autonomous group that exists by itself, they rule on behalf of somebody. Second, the substance of government policy incorporates interests which originate outside the rather limited circle of governmental elites. The exercise of authority always involves both the chance to issue authoritative commands and certain interests which constitute the substance of these commands. In order to identify those who are represented by governmental elites, we have to find the sources of their substantive policies as well as the group or groups behind them. In abstract, therefore, the ruling political class of post-capitalist society consists of the administrative staff of the state, the governmental elites at its head, and those interested parties which are represented by the governmental elite. This conclusion is obviously so abstract and formal as to be utterly useless for our understanding of the societies in which we live, and I do not propose to leave it at that. However, this abstract conclusion marks the limit beyond which a general analysis of post-capitalist society cannot go. All modern societies have bureaucracies and governments. In this respect, our conclusion holds for the United States. As for the Soviet Union, for West Germany as for East Germany. But the interested parties behind the governments of these countries differ greatly. Rather than describe their composition in general, we must here try to determine the range of variability of possible structures. Post-capitalist society in the singular dissolves here into a variety of political systems. One of the most important of those criteria which define the range of variability of political conflict seems to me the homogeneity of the groups represented by governments. In terms of their homogeneity, we can construct a scale of types of ruling classes which seems to cover the empirical patterns found in the modern world. At one extreme of the scale we find the situation envisaged by Marx, Burnham, and others. Here, the governmental elite is part and parcel of a homogeneous and organized larger entity. Cabinet ministers, judges, and members of parliament, if such exist, are chosen from among this larger group, and the substance of their decisions is defined by the interests held by the larger group. Although not part of the formal hierarchy of political administration, the members of this group are incumbents of positions of political domination on account of their continuous, if indirect, participation in the business of government. This is roughly the situation described by Gillas as characteristic of modern totalitarian states. A state party controls the instruments and positions of government. In terms of personnel and interests, the members of this party constitute the recruiting field of government. They are the quasi-group which attempts to maintain the status quo of authority relations, and their exponents at the top of the administrative hierarchies are interchangeable representatives of identical interests. At the other extreme of the scale that defines possible types of ruling classes we encounter the condition so aptly described by Reisman. Here, the governmental elite does not represent a stable, organized quasi-group. There are, to be sure, political parties, but these are themselves heterogeneous to the extent of losing their identity. Instead, society is split up into a large number of organizations, veto groups, which by their very nature exist as defense groups, not as leadership groups, but which have situational authority. Any one act of government reveals an issue which has been advocated by somebody, veto groups enter the structure of authority when and as long as an interest or person of their choosing is adopted by government. This is a peculiar state of affairs, in which it is indeed virtually impossible to locate the ruling class. Government itself is here bureaucratized, its heads merely provide channels of expression for varying aggregations of interests. The governing elites represent nobody in particular, or everybody, except in specific situations and decisions in which they associate with specific veto groups. Rather than an exponent, they are but a switchboard of political authority. Thus the ruling class consists of two constants, bureaucracy and government, and one variable, the veto group whose claims are, in particular situations, incorporated in government policy. Conversely, the subjected class consists of all those who in a given situation do not associate with government, but again it is a situational class, every element of which has its chance to exercise authority. Registered, however, these extremes of the scale, and particularly the latter, are ideal types, and emphatically do not describe the conditions of any existing society. Within totalitarian state parties, there are invariably competing subgroups representing sectional interests with varying degrees of success. The new class, far from being an entirely homogeneous entity, is a highly explosive unit in which local and central, industrial and agricultural, dogmatic and adaptive, bureaucratic and entrepreneurial pressure groups struggle for domination. If the ruling class of present-day totalitarian societies nevertheless comes close to the first extreme of our scale, this is largely because experience shows that when the existing order itself is threatened, most of its subgroups abandon their differences in favor of the common goal to uphold the status quo. With respect to Western societies, on the other hand, Reisman overstated his case in several respects. For one thing, political conflict in post-capitalist society has grown out of the fierce ideological battles of the capitalist period, and it is at the very least unlikely that these have entirely ceased to play a part. For another thing, there still are political parties. While it is certainly true that these are less and less inspired by all-embracing ideologies, there still are differences between them. Perhaps political parties, too, tend to become switchboards rather than holders of authority, but they are switchboards with a bias. Reisman believes that unlike a party that may be defeated at the polls, or a class that may be replaced by another class, the veto groups are always in. Undoubtedly, lobbyists of every description try to keep up good relations with all political parties. But for the parties, there still are hierarchies of interest, there is a rank order of veto groups. With respect to specific issues, a party cannot simultaneously satisfy trade unions and employers' associations, veterans' organizations and pacifist groups, Protestant and Catholic churches, competing minorities, etc. Even if the manifest interests of political parties are reduced to an order of precedence for lobbyists, these still provide a general direction of policy in matters both of personnel placement and of the substance of political decisions. Thus, if the ruling class of post-capitalist countries in the West is situational, this is not because it consists of ever-changing veto groups, but because political parties may be defeated at the polls. It has but one stable element, the bureaucracy of the state. While the bureaucracy is an impotent participant of political conflict in the ordinary course of affairs, its conservative effect on all modern societies, and especially on those whose governments change rapidly, must not be overlooked. The governments of Western societies are often mere switchboards of authority, decisions are made not by them but through them. In this respect, the political parties from which the personnel of governmental elites is recruited do not differ very greatly from these elites. But there is, associated with every party, a number of veto groups that enjoy the particular favor of this party. If this party is in power, then the ruling class of the society in question consists of the four elements: bureaucracy, governmental elite, majority party, and its favored veto groups. If it is not in power, then its favored veto groups are, like its members, defense groups that represent the interests of the subjected class. It might appear as if we were trying to avoid the question of who is the ruling class in post-capitalist society. Having first reduced its composition to some constant and some empirically variable elements, we have now described these elements in a manner exactly as formal as before. However, even on the reduced level of the generality of the last part of our analysis, we can go no further. The ruling quasi-groups of post-capitalist societies differ from country to country, and from election to election, depending on the party in power. Otherwise put, political conflict is always situational conflict between those who at a given point of time are excluded from authority and those who are in. It is a characteristic feature of most Western societies that the ins and the outs change places, or can at least change places. If they do not do so for prolonged periods of time, if, in other words, one party stays in power for several election periods, it is likely that both the intensity and the violence of political conflict will grow, because certain interests are continuously and systematically neglected. If there is a regular exchange of personnel and policy, conflict will remain situational and mild, because all interests are recognized. In any case, the stable elements of the ruling class of contemporary Western societies are politically impotent, and the dynamic elements are empirically variable. Political democracy. Many of the features characteristic of the political class structure of Western societies are both a consequence and an index of a process which, without undue extension of the term, might be described as political democracy. More generally, our analysis of ruling classes in post-capitalist societies reveals by implication different modes of institutionalizing political conflict, and it is to these that I propose to turn in the concluding sections of this study. We have seen that, empirically, conflict has two major aspects, those of violence and of intensity. These in turn determine the ways in which group conflict leads to structure change. How do the factors influencing violence and intensity of political conflict, and suddenness and radicalness of structure change, present themselves in post-capitalist society? Which future trends seem indicated in the patterns of conflict and change of present-day industrial countries? Once again to start, in this section, with the violence aspect of conflict, it will help our analysis if we begin by constructing ideal 308 classes in post-capitalist society types in order then to confront real societies with them. There is, to begin with, the democratic type of society. In it the conditions of organization are present for most subjected groups. There is freedom of coalition and free communication, and for most political groups leaders and ideologies are readily available. In fact, there are organizations, political parties representing the interests of the opposing quasi-groups. Moreover, absolute deprivation of any group of the population in terms of socio-economic status has become rare, if not impossible. Finally, there is an elaborate system of conflict regulation in the political sphere. In fact, the institutions of the democratic state reflect very nearly the model of effective conflict regulation. Conflicting parties and interests are institutionally recognized, parliamentary bodies furnish the setting of regular conciliation between the parties, the rules of the game, including a constitution as well as statutory procedural arrangements, enable decisions to be made. Certain personages, often the head of state, may act as mediators if autonomous conciliation breaks down. Finally, there is the legal system to arbitrate unsolved disputes which threaten to break down the machinery of parliamentary negotiation. Under these conditions, we should expect political conflict to be entirely nonviolent, and structure change to be entirely gradual. There is always a chance for the subjected class, or its parliamentary representatives, to take over government, or to penetrate into the governing elites, or to make its claims heard and accepted without any change in the government personnel. The effect of political democracy can be convincingly illustrated by one of its crucial, and paradoxical, rules of the game. If, as the result of an election, the governing elite is replaced in its entirety and forced into the opposition, structure change would appear to be extremely sudden, indeed. On a single day the personnel of all but the bureaucratic positions of dominance is exchanged. Why does this revolution fail to have the effect of a revolutionary change? A complete change of government in a democratic country is, to be sure, invariably an event of great consequence. But it is mitigated by a number of factors. First, there is the fact that whatever changes may occur, they do not affect the rules of the game agreed upon by both parties. Secondly, these rules of the game include for all parties the legitimate expectation of attaining power in the future. Finally, the larger part or the whole of the administrative staff provides, in all democratic states of the post-capitalist period, an element of stability that survives every change. Thus, social structure and the political rules of the game combine to mitigate and smooth out the comparative suddenness of changes resulting from elections and help to preserve the gradual nature of social development arising from institutionalized conflict. This is the ideal pattern of democracy. In practice, of course, there are strains and distortions in it, and it would be well, here, to point out the various deviations from the democratic pattern departures that are found in the actual political structure of all or some Western countries. These deviations are all the more serious since they arise directly from the structure of democratic institutions or from the rules of the game of the democratic process themselves. One example of such deviations has already been mentioned and discussed briefly. In its most limiting aspect, the process of political democracy allows for a rapid succession of governments which can prevent any one ruling group from remaining in power long enough to make its influence felt. For all practical purposes, the top of the political hierarchy of authority is unoccupied. In this case, the bureaucracy of the state becomes its own master. Since it is unable to inaugurate anything new, it goes on administering the commands it was given by the last more permanent government. The status quo is frozen, and all parties and veto groups are unable to realize their interests. This is the kind of development which may lead an ever-growing subjected class to consider the abolition of the system itself. 1.e. The rules of the game that are blamed for the existing conditions. Registered. Secondly, there are no provisions in the democratic rules of the game to prevent a party that is supported by, say, 30% or even 45% of the electorate from staying out of office indefinitely. As A. Downs has shown, this would not happen in a perfectly rational world of certainty. But in the real world there have been and are political parties which regularly gather a substantial and often stable share of the popular vote without ever becoming quite strong enough to form a government. This was notoriously the case with socialist parties in European countries. Unless such permanent minorities have alternative channels of expression, they will be increasingly alienated from the system that prevents them from getting in and increasingly irritated by the rules of the game according to which they have no right to demand a share in the exercise of authority. Such permanently excluded subjected groups are very likely to become more and more radicalized, to introduce an element of violence into political conflict, and to aim at a sudden replacement of all incumbents of positions of dominance if not of the whole framework of political conflict that they blame for their ill fortunes. Finally, the system of representation in modern democratic states may lead to a situation in which all political conflict either is, or is believed to be, reduced to a struggle between competing governmental elites. The functionaries of political parties are so alienated from their members that these lose all confidence in their representatives. There is already, in many Western countries, a widespread feeling that it does not matter for whom one casts one's vote, because whatever one votes, the same people will always rule. This state of affairs corresponds suspiciously closely to the dichotomous image of society according to which it makes no difference whether they call themselves representatives of the workers or of the employers. It also corresponds to the actual collusion which is so general a feature among the representatives of political parties. What happens, here, is that the ruling class becomes a small elite of functionaries of nominally different or even conflicting organizations, while the overwhelming majority of the people form a subjected class whose every access to authority is blocked. The blocking is done by their so-called representatives who, when the position of the insiders is threatened with dislodgement, jealously guard the inside position not only of themselves but even of their competitors. Under these conditions, the subjected class has no channel of organization but one, the one described by Marx in his 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte. There may come to the fore one man, or a small group of men, who succeeds in convincing the many that they are the real representatives of their interests, and who promises to do away with the whole system of parties, parliaments, and democratic governments. Whatever the substantive outcome of such a process, it is certain that it will lead to increasingly violent conflicts. It would seem that all the inherent dangers of political democracy point to an alternative of conflict regulation which may be described as an ideal type opposite to democracy. In the terms of classical political thought, this other extreme of the scale is oligarchy, or tyranny. In a modern state organized along oligarchic and authoritarian lines, the conditions of organization for opposing groups are absent. There is but one official organization, if any, and outside this organization freedom of coalition is drastically curtailed. Above all, however, such states have no accepted routines of conflict regulation, because their governments do not recognize the legitimacy of political conflict itself. Wherever there are signs of rebellion, these are forcefully suppressed. The rule of the few is upheld at all costs. Conflict theory would suggest that this kind of political organization would make for extremely violent political conflicts as well as sudden structure changes. However, this is clearly a self-contradicting conclusion. There cannot be violent conflict and effective suppression at the same time. Either one or the other, the principles of either conflict theory or of the ideal type of tyranny, must be wrong if their results contradict each other. I suggest that what is wrong here is the picture of the ideal type. There is, in reality, no country in which all conflict is effectively suppressed by force, and in which the arbitrary rule of a small group is upheld by sheer brutality. In fact, I should claim that one of the important consequences of the approach to conflict analysis proposed in this study is that it exposes as mistaken the view that there are political systems based on force alone. Instead, conflict theory directs our attention to those phenomena in existing non-democratic countries which can only be understood as attempts to regulate political conflict. More than in the case of democratic countries, such approximations to the ideal type of tyranny as there are deviate from its patterns. It is obvious that in those countries which are under communist rule, the conditions of organization are lacking, there is to some extent absolute deprivation, and political conflict is not officially recognized as a social force. It is therefore also true that a tendency toward violent conflict and sudden change accompanies these totalitarian countries in every phase of their development. After the events of the last decade, there is no need to elaborate on these facts which, by implication, testify to the ultimate ineffectiveness of brutal suppression. However, the modern tyranny called totalitarianism is not as simple as we have made it here. Suppression and non-recognition of conflict are merely the visible facets of a far more complex reality. In our attempt to identify the dominant groups of contemporary societies, we have described the ruling class of totalitarian countries as particularly homogeneous and organized. By virtue of this fact, there is, in totalitarian countries, a clear line of demarcation between the rulers and the ruled. Where the party ends, the subjected class begins. And the subjected class constitutes a large quasi-group whose many partially divergent interests are combined into one demand: a change in the status quo of authority. But this group is unable to organize itself, there is no freedom of coalition. Whatever conflicts exist are therefore forced to remain latent or undercover. Yet even the official structure of political authority provides this subjected quasi-group with channels of expression. In order to recognize these, we must remember that discussion is one of the crucial features of totalitarian government. Nowhere is there as much discussion as in the one-party countries of the modern world. Meetings in one's factory or office, street or house, trade union, cooperative society, choir or football club, school, etc., serve the one purpose of discussing things. These discussions are not, to be sure, opportunities for a free exchange of ideas. They are above all attempts at indoctrination and at soliciting that brand of voluntary cooperation so peculiar to modern totalitarian states. But inter alia and in a minor way, the meetings and discussions which loom so large in the life of every subject of totalitarian government provide a chance to voice, cautiously and in the accepted language, criticisms of individuals and policies, suggestions, and demands. From the point of view of the ruling class, this fact is both functional and dysfunctional. On the one hand, the party organization and its varied affiliations serve as a gigantic institute of opinion research which, through meetings and discussions, tries to explore the wishes and feelings of the people. On the other hand, the same meetings and discussions that are necessary for this as well as for many another purpose bring into contact the otherwise scattered members of the subjected quasi-group and form the nuclei of actual and future conflicts. It is no accident that the revolts in communist countries originated among those who meet most often in large numbers: building workers, steel workers, students. Undoubtedly, meetings and discussions as channels of conflict are, from the point of view of the ruling class, largely a pretext. It may well be that state parties explore their subjects' wishes and feelings not in order to incorporate these in their policies, but in order to see how much further they can push their own plans. However, here again the ruthlessness of oligarchic rulers must not be exaggerated. The skillfully ruled totalitarian countries are by no means stagnant. Change and development play almost as great a part in them as they do in democratic societies. Here, the institution of purges is crucial. Some naive observers believe that purges within the new class of totalitarian countries are merely an expression of personal or group rivalries. These may in fact provide the motivation of those who are either actively or passively engaged in them, but purges serve another purpose as well. Like elections in democratic states, they involve a partial replacement of the governing elite, and this replacement means in fact, or appears to mean to the subjected class, a change of policy which incorporates interests hitherto unacknowledged. We have defined structure change operationally in terms of changes affecting the personnel of leading authority positions. I would insist on this definition, and I suggest at the same time that an investigation of frequencies and rates of change in democratic and totalitarian countries would reveal very little difference between the two. All this is emphatically not to say that totalitarian political systems are not as bad as they are made out to be in the West. It is to say, however, that we must appraise their political structure realistically, and that the sociological theory of conflict can help us do so. While there is an undercurrent of potentially violent conflict aiming at sudden change in all totalitarian countries, it does not follow that this latent antagonism will break out into the open. The reason for this is not, as so many believe, the effectiveness of suppression in totalitarian states, but the existence of a hidden system of conflict regulation in which meetings and discussions as well as purges play an important part. Horrible as this idea may be, it is possible to establish a totalitarian rule in which the violence of political conflict is reduced almost as effectively as by the democratic process of conflict regulation. Suppression of conflict, however, far from helping to control political conflict, defeats its own ends. Totalitarian governments are in danger of being violently overthrown to the extent to which they resort to suppression as a means of dealing with conflict. Totalitarian societies vs. free societies. Their modes of conflict regulation constitute one of the most important distinguishing features of democratic and totalitarian political systems. By looking at these in terms of the institutional arrangements set up in order to control political conflict, we are able to relate different forms of government to different patterns of social structure. This is a fortiori the case with respect to the factors that influence the intensity of political conflict. The antithesis of pluralism versus monism with respect to associations, scales of differentiation, and patterns of conflict seems especially suited to describe the social basis of political freedom. A free society encourages diversity in its institutions and groupings to the extent of actually promoting divergence. Conflict is the life breath of freedom. A totalitarian society insists on unity to the extent of uniformity. Conflict is a threat to its coherence and survival. First, the intensity of political conflict depends on the presence of the conditions of organization. We have already seen that while in free societies subjected quasi-groups are free to organize themselves in defense of their interests, Their counterparts in totalitarian societies have to search out devious channels to make possible even a minimum of expression of their interests. Due to the lack of the conditions of organization, there is a permanent, and often growing, quantity of unreleased pressure in totalitarian states which imbues their latent political conflicts with an intensity unknown in free societies, where pressure is released almost as soon as it is created. There can be little doubt that repression of conflict by force raises the cost of victory or defeat. A second determinant of the intensity of conflict is the amount of mobility found in a given society. Without once again entering into a detailed discussion of available evidence, we can maintain that, in the post-capitalist societies of the West, rates of social mobility are fairly high. There are still, to be sure, barriers in the system of social stratification which are hard for the individual to overcome, but the educational institutions operate as agents of role allocation, and such biases as there are in the educational system are increasingly being removed. Mobility through education includes mobility between the classes, from manual to clerical and professional occupations, and vice versa. Insofar as intergeneration mobility constitutes the predominant type of fluctuation, class position may still be a largely inescapable reality for the individual, but it is no longer a collective fate. The hope that one's son might rise to the position one has oneself failed to attain is one of the most widespread feelings of people in post-capitalist society. Insofar as mobility affects it, the intensity of political conflict has diminished considerably in the last decades. The extent of social mobility in totalitarian societies is not altogether easy to assess. For all we know, there is a high amount of movement up and down the status scale in existing totalitarian countries. In the East, as in the West, the educational system plays an important part. Some observers of Soviet society have claimed that in Russia social mobility is indeed so widespread as to make for the type of classlessness described above as the society made classless by mobility. This, however, is open to doubt. T. Bottomore, who reports a statement to this effect, holds two convincing objections against it. First, the high level of mobility may be regarded as a phenomenon resulting from the needs of industrial development and not any conscious attempt to promote it. Thus, many of the present-day totalitarian countries are in fact not post-capitalist societies but societies at an early stage of industrialization, and they therefore display the symptoms characteristic of the Industrial Revolution. Secondly, there is in fact some evidence that social mobility is now being restricted. In any case, there is no evidence that social mobility is, at the present time, any greater than in the Western democracies, and much evidence that it is being deliberately reduced. If we can believe Gillas, this reduction of mobility would seem, moreover, to involve, above all, the new class in totalitarian countries which increasingly closes itself to any influx from other strata, especially from the subjected class. We can assume that to the extent that this trend of closure continues, political conflict in totalitarian countries is becoming more intense. Of all factors influencing the intensity of political conflict, those of the pluralism superimposition scale are by far the most effective. In order to assess their consequences, I shall resort, for a last time, to constructing contrasting ideal types. At one extreme of the scale thus emerging, we should find a society in which all patterns, issues, and contexts of political conflict are superimposed and combined into two large hostile camps. There is superimposition with respect to the structure of authority and to the scales of rewards that make up social stratification. Whoever occupies a position of authority has wealth, prestige, and other emoluments of social status at his disposal. 2. Whoever is excluded from political authority has no hope of climbing very far on the scale of social status. Furthermore, the conflicts arising from different associations are superimposed. Power is generalized in the sense that a homogeneous and interchangeable elite governs an identical subjected class in the state, in industry, in the army, and in all other associations. Finally, such non-class conflicts as exist in society are congruent with the conflicts arising out of the unequal distribution of authority. Political class conflict, industrial class conflict, regional conflicts, conflicts between town and country, possibly racial and religious conflicts, all are superimposed so as to form a single and all-embracing antagonism. Under these conditions, the intensity of political conflict reaches its maximum. As with our earlier ideal types, there is no actual society in which this is fully realized. There are, however, many indications that superimposition of patterns, and the monism of social structure resulting from it, are a characteristic feature of modern totalitarian states. The ruling and the subjected groups of industry and the state are identical, the party exercises its power in both associations. With respect to the military, the same condition is aimed at, although as the Russian example shows T is not attained without a struggle. In any case, generalized authority is the constant goal of the state party. This generalized authority includes the attempt to monopolize every scale of socio-economic status for the new class. Its members enjoy, apart from, or perhaps by virtue of, their authority, high incomes and considerable prestige, although the latter is less subject to manipulation than the former. With respect to the superimposition of class and other conflicts, no unequivocal pattern seems discernible in totalitarian countries, although a tendency to alienate minorities as well as subjected groups in terms of authority is not uncommon under oligarchic rule. Divide et impera is an old and supposedly useful imperative of despotism, but with respect to the social structure of their countries, present-day totalitarian rulers have not followed its prescription. They have, instead, aimed at a uniform and monistic organization of society. Moreover, in the communist countries of the East they have adopted an ideology of intense conflict. The two go together well, on account of the monistic structure of conflict relations in totalitarian countries. These relations have gained, and continue to gain, in intensity. Whatever conflicts do occur involve both rulers and ruled with their whole personalities, and if these conflicts become open and violent, the cost of defeat is too high for both parties to allow graceful retreat. Totality distinguishes the totalitarian state in more than one respect, including the extent of the changes desired by those who, for the time being, are its powerless subjects. The ideal type opposite to that of totalitarianism is that of a free society. Here, the intensity of political conflict is reduced to a minimum. The scales of social stratification are largely separate. Possession of authority does not necessarily imply wealth, prestige, security. There are competing elites at the top of the various scales. Conflicts in different associations are dissociated. Leadership in the state does not imply leadership in industry, in the army, or in other associations, nor does exclusion from authority in one context imply exclusion in all others. Class conflict and other clashes between groups are dissociated, too. Being a member of a particular minority, race, or church does not automatically convey certain privileges or disabilities with respect to the distribution of political authority. Pluralism of institutions, conflict patterns, groupings, and interests makes for a lively, colorful, and creative scene of political conflict which provides an opportunity for success for every interest that is voiced. Needless to say, there is no society which corresponds in all respects with this ideal typical picture. With respect to minorities, in particular, there still is a great deal of superimposition of conflict fronts in all Western countries. Being a member of this or that church, race, or ethnic group puts many people at a disadvantage in the struggle for political authority. Regarding the other two factors, however, we have seen that a pluralist structure of society is in fact progressing in the post-capitalist world. One of its symptoms consists in the institutional isolation of industry. This in turn involves some dissociation of the scales of wealth and authority. By these and similar factors, the involvement of people in political conflict decreases. Individuals, veto groups, and political parties can, so to speak, afford to lose, and if they win, the changes they introduce are piecemeal rather than radical. History is a permanent guest in a free society, not an unwanted intruder whose presence signals revolutionary upheavals. I concur with the common belief that the struggle between free societies and totalitarian societies is the dominant issue of political conflict in our time. Contrary to many, however, I do not believe that this struggle is confined to international relations. The struggle between freedom and totalitarianism occurs within societies as well as between them. No real society can be found at one or the other extreme of our ideal types. There are very nearly free and very nearly totalitarian countries, but more often we find intermediate forms. In the modern world, there are such paradoxical states as democracy without liberty and liberty without democracy. Everywhere, however, the struggle between freedom and totalitarianism may be regarded as one between different attitudes towards social conflict. Totalitarian monism is founded on the idea that conflict can and should be eliminated, that a homogeneous and uniform social and political order is the desirable state of affairs. This idea is no less dangerous for the fact that it is mistaken in its sociological premises. The pluralism of free societies, on the other hand, is based on recognition and acceptance of social conflict. In a free society, conflict may have lost much of its intensity and violence, but it is still there, and it is there to stay. For freedom in society means, above all, that we recognize the justice and the creativity of diversity, difference, and conflict.